Good morning and good evening to everyone. I'm Sadhana Attawar, Chair, Women in Engineering, IEEE Bangalore section. A very warm welcome to all attending the virtual inauguration of IEEE Women in Engineering Global Summit 2020. Today's summit is being organized by IEEE Bangalore section and IEEE Women in Engineering Bangalore section as part of IEEE Bangalore Technology Conclave. The Global Summit is a virtual meeting of women in engineering across the globe with an aim to inspire, engage, and empower women. The theme of the summit is Women in Artificial Intelligence and Leadership. The summit will have two sessions, one in the morning and the other one in the evening. We have keynote talks, roundtable, fireside chat, and panel discussions. The event will be concluded with a cultural program on AI-based dance. For inaugurating this summit, we are privileged to have with us Dr. Susan Kathy Land, IEEE President 2021 and CEO. On behalf of IEEE Bangalore section and Women in Engineering Bangalore section, I extend a very warm welcome to you, Kathy. We are very happy to have you with us, and we are looking forward to your keynote talk on Lead Beyond Your Horizons. Today we have 9 keynote talks and 3 panel discussions. A very warm welcome to all the speakers of the keynote and also the panels. A very warm welcome to all participants who are here to attend the summit. A warm welcome to all the panelists, Dr. Sujatha, General Co-Chair, IEEE Global Summit, J. Sudha, Secretary, IEEE Bangalore section. We have on the panel Saurav, Neha. A very warm welcome to all the people in the panelists. And also I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all the WA engineering chairs present and past from Bangalore and across the globe. A warm welcome to all the WA chairs across the regions of IEEE. The summit would not have been possible without the efforts of our dynamic leader, Mr. Puneet Kumar Mishra. A very warm welcome to you and the entire Execom of Bangalore section and Women in Engineering Bangalore section. Welcome one and all. Thank you.
So who is next?
No, Sujatha.
Sujatha, madam, you are muted.
No, I have unmuted. Sir, you would want to give an opening remarks before I introduce Kathy to all? Would you want to give?
Yeah, so.
Please, sir.
So good evening, Shashan, and good morning to all people, and as well as good evening, because I can see we are having participants from across globe. So few of you, it may be good morning, few of you, it may be good afternoon, as well as good evening. It is great pleasure to welcome you all to the WiE-Global Summit 2020, a flagship event of IEEE Bangalore section and WiE Affinity Group of Bangalore section. As Sadhana told that we are going to have full day program, one in the morning from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. noon, and evening 5:30 to 9 p.m. followed by a cultural dance using artificial intelligence. Now coming to the Bangalore section, I would like to just a brief about Bangalore section. IEEE Bangalore section is the most vibrant section of IEEE across globe with more than 8,800 members. Section is the 5th largest among 342 sections spread across 10 regions of IEEE. Bangalore section has 2 subsections at Mangalore and North Karnataka. Very soon we are going to have 3rd subsection also. With the help of 100 plus student branches, 30 chapters and 4 affinity groups, section organizes more than 1,000 technical events in a year. In fact, this year we have organized more, even though in the pandemic situation we have crossed 1,500 technical events. Mostly they are online. And we are adjudged as outstanding large section in IEEE's Asia Pacific region for the year 2020. In the last 10 months, section has opened 30 new student branches, 2 society chapters, 1 affinity group, and 7 WiE affinity group at student branches. I think please mute yourself those who are speaking. We are getting a lot of echo. section alone has conducted more than 150 online webinars last 10 months. WiE-Global Summit objective is to bring together women technology leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and thought provokers who are passionate about addressing impactful problems using by turning ideas into solutions. Industry stalwarts, specifically women, and technology practitioners together will share their vision on future technologies and how they will impact our way of working and living. The aim of this summit is to know future of technology, specifically in artificial intelligence, leadership, women leadership, research areas from industry, as well as industry experts. Our aim is to have a learning ecosystem from industry practitioners across the globe who succeeded in creating inclusive learning organizations. In fact, Bangalore section is very proud to say that we very cautiously follow and imbibe diversity and inclusion in section as well as section execom. This summit is exclusively focused on women in leadership roles and women in artificial intelligence. Summit includes, as Sadhana told, keynote addresses, fireside chats, roundtable, panel discussion from very, very eminent personality, in fact, who's who in the world. 20 plus distinguished speakers from India, Europe, USA, South Asian countries are attending WiE-Global Summit 2020, and they will be providing their valuable insight to the delegates. We are very fortunate to have registered delegates from Australia, Japan, China, Malaysia, Thailand, Hong Kong, Philippines, Taiwan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, UAE, Canada, USA, Argentina, New Zealand, and other countries in addition to India. We sincerely acknowledge the organizing committee for their tireless effort in bringing together an array of internationally recognized speakers in the related fields. We hope all the participants will have a wonderful time in this summit where each one is enriched to attend our cultural event, which is AI-based dance, as well, which is planned today in the evening from 9 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving a very insight onto the Women in Engineering Global Summit that is going to happen today. I will take over from you to introduce Kathy to the audience. Susan Kathy Lang is IEEE President-elect and IEEE Fellow with more than 30 years of industry experience. She is the author and co-author of a number of textbooks, white papers, webinars on software engineering principles and practical application of software process methodologies. Kathy has served 3 terms on the IEEE Board of Directors. She was the 2018 Vice President of IEEE Technical Activities. She is a member of IEEE USA Board of Directors for the year 2013 and 2016. She is a member of Region 3 Executive Committee for 2016 and 2017. She is the President of IEEE Computer Society in 2009. I hand over the virtual floor to Kathy for an interesting keynote on Lead Behind Your Horizons. Thank you.
Thank you. So, hello, everyone. It's truly my honor to be able to participate today in this flagship event, the WiE-Global Summit, which is focused, as you've heard, on women in artificial intelligence and women in leadership roles. I'd like to thank the IEEE Bangalore section and all the volunteers who helped to make this event possible. I visited the Bangalore section in 2018 to speak at the Women in Leadership Summit and was so inspired by all the speakers. And while it's disappointing that the summit could not be held in person in Bangalore this year, I applaud the organizers to support this as a virtual event. As a community of diverse and vibrant professionals, IEEE strives to advance technology for the benefit of humanity through its member programs and activities to empower and inspire the next generation of engineering and technology leaders. Those are the people that will play a pivotal role in creating a better tomorrow. All of you, IEEE members and non-members alike, are part of this rising and essential community, one that is vitally important to the success of IEEE's mission. Because now more than ever, when young women and girls around the world are exploring the educational and professional possibilities in front of them, they are increasingly seeing the role models in engineering, science, and technology that remind them of themselves. All of you participating today are part of this dynamic community of role models who will lead beyond your horizons. So what do I mean by this? So the word horizon is defined as the line in the farthest distance where the land or sea seems to meet the sky. So when I say to lead beyond your horizons, I'm putting this statement in a personal context, saying that you will lead beyond your range or limit of your current interests, knowledge, or experience. What is important is that you do not let this limit define you. Rather, that you focus on what is possible. As with the Earth's horizon, the Earth continues beyond what you can see, and the same is for you. There is always something beyond, a new beginning, some new potential. That's what this conference that you're holding is about. We as engineers and technologists have the opportunity to engage in efforts to change our world for the better and to improve the way that people communicate, work, travel, stay healthy, and entertain themselves. We benefit from innovative tools to stay engaged in our communities. Technological innovation is the principal driver for improvements in quality of life and economic prosperity, and the engineering profession is central to this innovation. That has never been more evident than during these past world-changing, paradigm-shifting months. COVID has impacted us all. 2020 has certainly demonstrated the impact that engineers and technologists have had on society. We have witnessed amazing engineering developments and important medical and technological breakthroughs this year. The challenges and changes that we faced around the world confirm that the work that IEEE members will continue to be in high demand and have high impact. To continue to meet the ever-changing needs of the global population, we must ensure that we are preparing a well-qualified engineering workforce for future technical careers supported by the infrastructure and resources necessary. So think with me for a minute. Can we really afford to squander the talents and abilities of half of the world's population simply because they're female? Of course we can't. That's why there's no such thing as too much support for STEM education and for encouraging participation of our young girls and women in preparing for technical careers. Role models are essential to encourage younger women and girls to consider careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. There's no such thing as too much time spent on exploring new possibilities to advance technology for the benefit of humanity and to improve the quality of lives around the world and to support those who need to explore science, math, technology, and engineering. And most importantly, there's no such thing as too much support for women in leadership roles, in the classroom, the boardroom, and in the corridors of government power. However, we all unfortunately know that statistics worldwide show that women remain underrepresented in STEM jobs and leadership positions. This means that many products that are essential to our daily lives have been developed without input from women, without input from a large portion of the population. To create new or enhanced technology, businesses need input from a diverse workforce. One of the most practical ways to create that diversity is to be sure that women are an integral part of the workforce. Adding diversity to STEM occupation results in increased creativity and innovation fueled by different perspectives about issues and how to solve them. This diversity of perspectives should inform and guide the direction of all engineering and technical innovation. Diversity brings value to both social and economic values and needs. A greater inclusion of women in inventive activities is good not only for women themselves, but also for stronger economic growth and enhanced communal well-being. Diversity in leadership and STEM jobs improves creativity and innovation, and as a consequence, leads to positive economic and socio-cultural change. Developing a strong engineering workforce requires a robust educational system that begins with primary school and successfully transitions individuals into the workforce. We must ensure that the next generation of female engineers, scientists, and technologists are a priority in that system and have access to the same resources and opportunities as their male counterparts. It's amazing when I look around IEEE and see all the work that's going on across the globe, our outstanding members and volunteers. But I don't always see this or hear this diversity, and I don't hear these voices at our leadership meetings or during our conferences. We need to find a way to make sure that everyone's included. To succeed as a truly global organization, we need to pay attention to who's participating. We need to be inclusive, and we need to make room for everyone. Inclusion is making sure that all of our diverse members are receiving full benefits of their IEEE membership. For example, when women engineers are excluded from participating in IEEE leadership roles or not being invited to distinguished lectures or speakers at conferences, that means they're not getting the full benefit of their membership. If female speakers and panelists are underrepresented at tech conferences and are not asked to serve as event chairs, they are not getting the full benefit of their membership. It's critical to remember this importance, as all of us need someone to look up to, and there are women who need you. They're facing issues and difficulties, things that you can help them through. Reach out to them and act as a mentor when the opportunity arises. If certain communities are not offered equal access to publication opportunities or are not encouraged to contribute as editors, they are not getting their full benefit of their membership. If IEEEs from specific regions are rarely nominated for major awards or accepted as fellows, they are not getting the full benefit of their membership. At IEEE, we need to continue to reinforce our commitment to maintaining a culture that is diverse, inclusive, and respectful. This includes efforts aimed at improving ethics and accountability, encouraging strong and diverse leadership, and inspiring all members of the engineering community to be responsible for reducing and preventing harassment. Diverse organizations are more creative, perform better, and have higher member satisfaction. Attracting and retaining and engaging diverse members is essential for IEEE to thrive. And perhaps more importantly, through these efforts, IEEE can make things better for the next generation of diverse technologists. I would also encourage all of you to consider the numerous volunteer opportunities that are available throughout IEEE, because volunteers are essential and they're the core of IEEE. It's just as essential that we have diverse leaders to represent IEEE's dynamic communities, women, young professionals, entrepreneurs from across our wide technical breadth and geographic reach. And there's a place for all of you in IEEE's top leadership. Each of these voices represents a distinct membership base for IEEE. The contributions of these important communications are vital in bringing new perspectives regarding the value of membership and how different individuals want to participate in the membership organization. Each perspective brings a valuable contribution. Your energy, innovation, and fresh viewpoints are vital in these changing times. Our abilities as individuals, coupled with our strength as collaborators, makes us powerful. Together, we can continue to pursue and achieve the dream of a better tomorrow for all of humanity. I hope that through your participation in this Women in Engineering Leadership Summit that you are inspired to find new ways that you can, in turn, inspire and lead others. Take your commitment to improving and changing the world and accelerate it forward in exciting and meaningful new directions. And let's continue to work together to further IEEE's long-standing commitment to advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. You are the vibrant women and men who will positively impact the world as you prepare for 2021. Prepare to lead beyond your horizons. Orient your foundation towards the future. Partner with IEEE and take what you already know and move forward towards your best self. I wish you all a successful and memorable summit. I hope you all stay well, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Kathy, for such an interesting and informative talk. I have a question for you. As being one of the senior leaders of IEEE, how do you juggle between your personal life as well as the professional life so that both of them are equally strengthened in the entire process?
I have always sort of juggled two worlds or three. I don't have young children anymore. It used to be quite a juggling act. I joined IEEE when I was in my late 20s, and I had two small children, and that was something. That was when I was programming. So I've always had a very supportive husband. He's an electrical engineer, and I'm actually a computer scientist. Now it's, well, I tell you how I do it is I got up at 4:30 this morning and started working. And I just stopped working. I was sending an email right before this webinar. So, I love to work, and I love IEEE. I really love IEEE. I think what we're doing is we have an incredible mission. I love the volunteers. If I didn't love what I'm doing, I wouldn't work so hard, I guess. But I think the key, and I gave a talk the other day to some students, and it's called My Journey with IEEE. I just put it together because I think sometimes students and young professionals get frustrated. They don't realize when they see someone like me, who's the president, that, I started 25 years ago, and I've had a ton of volunteer positions. And so I talk about where I started, and I sort of fell into IEEE. I got challenged to go present at a conference because I was kind of mad at IEEE standards. And that's how, and I volunteered for IEEE for 3 years before I became a member. So I talk about that, but it's I don't know. I think I used to be a lot busier than I am now. But I tell them in that talk that you have to find what you like to do in IEEE. And I started in standards. I loved that work for a long time, and I still do standards work. I'm still involved in standards, but and then worked in conferences, and then the Computer Society. So I think if you find something you really love, and I'm sure all of you love working in the Bangalore section, right? But it doesn't really feel like work. If it starts to feel like work, then maybe you find something else in IEEE. I don't know. I hope that answers your question.
Definitely. It was very interesting and a lot of takeaways for all of us from your answer. Thank you so much, Kathy. Any other questions from Sadhana or any panelist?
Thank you, Kathy. Yes. Sujata, madam, just 1 second. I would like to add one more point to Susan. Sushan, we are going to have this global summit now every year because ILS cannot be given same location every year. So we have conceptualized that at Bangalore section, we are going to have our own flagship WI platform, and which other sections can also replicate. So this is just for your information. From now onwards, Women in Global Summit at Bangalore will be happening every year at this point of time. Thank you.
That's fun. Yes. I came to Bangalore. I mean, I mentioned that at the beginning of my talk. In 2018, you had some women summit, and I was there, and it was wonderful. It was amazing. So it was great. Now, riding from the airport to the hotel was an experience I'll never forget. But it was a wonderful, wonderful, great experience. Just such a warm, inspiring experience.
Thank you, Susan. On behalf of Bangalore section, we are really honored to have you here and inaugurating this WI Global Summit, which is the inaugural edition, and subsequently it is going to happen every year. Thank you.
It's my
Thank you, Dr. Susan, for having inaugurated the session and given a wonderful talk. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Sir, you are not audible.
No, Geetha?
You're on it.
Yeah, please go to the next keynote.
So we have Rama Akkiraju here as the next keynote speaker. Over to Sadhana for further proceedings.
Our next keynote is by Dr. Rama Akkiraju, who is an IBM Fellow, CTO AA Operations, IBM Master Inventor, member IBM Academy of Technology. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Rama. We are very happy to have you with us. And she will be talking on making AI work for companies. So now let me give a brief introduction to Rama Akkiraju. Rama Akkiraju is an IBM Fellow, IBM Master Inventor, and IBM Academy member. She is the CTO of AI Operations. She is also the Director of Research and Development in IBM's Watson division and led projects and research team at IBM Ahmedin Research Center. Named by Forbes magazine as one of the top 20 women in AI researchers in May 2017. Featured in a team in AI by Fortune magazine in July 2018. Named top 10 pioneering women in AI and machine learning by Enterprise Management 360. Recipient of the University of California, Berkeley's Athena Award of Technical Excellence Executive Leadership for 2020. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Rama. Over to you for the talk.
That kind introduction. I am not a doctor, just Rama Akkiraju. So just making that correction for the record.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Can you all see? I haven't shared yet. Can you see me okay and hear me okay? First of all, let me just make sure. Yeah, we can see that. Okay, all right. How much time do I have? 30 minutes? Sadhana or Sujata, can you confirm, please? Do I have 20 minutes?
Yeah.
You have 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. You have 20 minutes.
Okay. All right. I'll get started. So I was introduced already. Rama Akkiraju. I'm the CTO for what is called AI operations, basically applying AI for optimizing IT operations. But today I'm not going to specifically talk about that. I'll talk about making AI work for enterprises. how do you scale AI? But before we go talk about what it means for AI to scale in enterprises, let's first look at where all AI is being used in our daily lives. I mean, I don't think we even realize how much AI we use in our daily lives. From the time we wake up in the morning, we start Googling for things, searching for things, and search engines have tremendous amount of AI behind the scenes. Our smartphones have so much AI, and many devices that we use in our day-to-day lives these days have a lot of AI in them already, making its way and improving on a daily basis, right? So you see, I don't have to go through all of them, various devices in and around the house, and more stuff is coming in terms of self-driving cars and all of that. When we consume entertainment on digital platforms like Netflix and Amazon, a lot of recommendations, or in retail when we purchase things, recommendations, all of those things are AI, and we already use so much AI in our day-to-day lives. That's in the consumer field, right? So now let's look at what it means for AI to be in enterprises. How are companies using it? Of course, even in consumer domain, companies are the ones who are applying that AI, but the benefactors typically are the individual users. Here we're talking about companies selling to other companies. And even here, or to the end customers, there is a lot of AI that's making its way. If you look at chatbots, for example, you see increasingly when you are calling for customer support, the chances are either it's a chatbot or a virtual agent that's picking up your phone and is answering some of the most frequently answered questions. In medical field, AI is increasingly being applied to help doctors in correlating a number of things, symptoms in lots of medical journals and treatment plans, and what's working for what kind of pre-existing conditions, and provide assistance to doctors even in remote places who may not have as much expertise in a particular area. We see AI being applied in legal domain, helping attorneys prepare for cases by poring over large volumes of legal documents and based on the laws of the state and city and so on. We see a lot of AI in social media monitoring. There are lots of companies that provide products that enable one to monitor social media content and make recommendations for you on what kind of movies to recommend, what kind of books to recommend, what kind of advertisements to show to you, and so on. And so on. We see this in retail, in airports, in image recognition, those sort of things, in security, and also making its way into various other financial services, IT systems, and so on. So it's becoming all pervasive. So what exactly is the opportunity? What does AI do actually in many of the use cases that we are talking about? It's either automating things or optimizing things or providing decision support for humans. And related to decision support is augmenting human intelligence when the amount of data that cannot be processed by humans is too huge. AI comes to rescue to process all of that. Personalization. AI can offer a lot of personalization in terms of recommendations and providing more relevant engagements, whatever they may be, products, could be services, and so on. And finally, AI is also making it possible to have more natural interfaces with computer systems. You can speak to it to ask your search query. You can, these days, even in enterprises use cases, you can ask computers saying, oh, show me sales from the past 1 month, and can do an intersection of that with sales of that particular product and narrow it down to this, and so on. You can interact with the systems in a more natural interface, either in speech or show an image and say, find me things that are related to this, and so on, right? So these are all the different kinds of, independent of the industry that we apply to, these are all the opportunities that AI is bringing to the table. And on the right-hand side, I've listed some of the AI techniques that are making these things possible across industries. So it could be approaches such as classification, enabling automation, or regression, enabling optimization, causal reasoning, providing decision support, and so on. So there is a lot of opportunity to infuse AI into business processes. And some of the examples that I've given are the ones that I had just walked through. And if you go into specific financial services domain, IT domain, customer support domain and so on. We can look at sub use cases and so on. The problem, so now let's start zooming into AI a little bit more. What is different about applying AI to enterprise data versus consumer data? Consumer data being are interacting, you're consuming entertainment, your clicks, your likes, recommendations, or your tweets, Facebook posts, and those sort of things. That's consumer data. Enterprise data, on the other hand, has more interesting complications. It's structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. It's got a lot of variety, and there is a lot of it, but all of it is not clean. So it's almost the scenario is, you're dying of thirst in an ocean of water. You can't drink it because it's not clean. As in, you can't easily build analytical solutions because it's not clean. What do we mean by clean? The formats are very different. They're written by different systems. So if you want to really consume it, and the data is not labeled, as in for machine learning models or AI models, a lot of times data has to be labeled. That is that, if you want to predict the sentiment of a particular customer against a particular product, you need to have the data clean and also labeled, saying this is a positive sentiment document, this is a negative sentiment, this is a neutral sentiment. Or if you're looking for anomalies in a particular log file and so on, you need to feed the system what is normal log of an application, and so that the system can learn whatever is not normal as per that pattern is an anomaly. So basically the data is in different formats, shapes. It's tucked away in tables, figures, diagrams, different formats. It requires a lot of cleaning and subject matter expertise to label it. And that's what really makes it hard. So here are some examples. When we talk about natural language and data in different formats, if you look at the first sentence, which is a newspaper article, dogs may be good for children's psychological development. And there is a sentence that is, you can build a natural language processing model that understands the entities, the actions, that is the nouns, verbs, and classify those things and parse the sentence and use that to figure out whether it's positive sentiment, neutral sentiment, or whatnot, let's say. But let's look at the second one, the doctor's notes on a patient. Don't read all of it, but it has a lot of words such as acute coronary syndrome, blood pressure, ERCP, ulcerative colitis, troponin. These are very specific to medical domain. Look at the third one, which is a corporate contract. There are words, thou shalt, this person shall do this, seller will deliver assets to purchaser as per these requirements that are in Exhibit A and so on. So who owes what to whom by when is tucked away in those sentences somewhere. And the service level agreement document that you see is a PDF, and there is a table inside it, and there are columns and rows and such, and you have to be able to parse that. So look at the variety and format of it. And this is only the beginning of it. And look at the second chart here on the examples. An IT application log is semi-structured data. It's got a timestamp and it's got a message, and the message is unstructured inside of that structure of message field. And one has to be able to read and parse this to understand which service went down and what is it saying, whose fault is it, and where the error is. IT ticket data, on the other hand, has some structure, but then the content inside of it could be very unstructured. You can say in the symptom field, you say user conversations are not loading for such and such service. The problem resolution field says, the site reliability engineer scaled up such and such data, and then they fix the memory problem, and then they're forced to do the restart. So there is a sequence buried in there, and there is a lot of unstructured content. Now, if the problem is to analyze this data to figure out what action was taken to resolve a problem, or if the problem is to say who owes what to whom in the case of the contract document, there's a lot of deep NLP, that is natural language processing, that's required on these documents. And but the format is all different, and it's so varied from semi-structured to structured to unstructured. So it takes a lot of processing to prepare data to do AI for enterprises. So one of the first things that I want to point out as to what are some of the considerations for making AI work for enterprises. It really requires, apart from these building blocks that I'm showing about processing this unstructured data, which requires, depending on the modality of data, whether it is text, speech, or images, you need all of these building blocks of natural language classification, speech to text, text to speech, image recognition, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, you also need to understand the language of the industry, the domain, to really make it work. So if you look at, in general, many AI services tend to be machine learning services, if not all of them. And machine learning services need a lot of labeled data, right? And you take pictures of images of dogs and cats, and you label them as such and train the model. Then the model, says, I'm ready now, graduated and ready to make predictions. But, who prepares that labeled data is a big problem. In some cases, it's supervised algorithms that require labeled data. In some cases, it could be unsupervised, in which case you don't have to label the data so much, but yet still the data needs to be cleaned and processed. You need to go into PDF documents to pull content, and you need to go into those JSON files or XML files and pull the content that you need, or the log files, and so on. So data preparation is a huge, huge step. If you look at the model lifecycle in general, data collection is it takes 80% of the time. But then there are, other steps where features have to be prepared, model needs to be trained, continuously improved, tested, benchmarked, deploy, and then you repeat the cycle. And each step is actually iterative in itself, and some of those steps are shown here. And the whole process needs to continuously keep on iterating in order to improve the model, because any AI model that we build is not going to be 100% perfect on day one. It's likely to make mistakes. So let's say that, let's take some specific examples. I'll show you some examples of, say, speech to text services and so on, and say, what does it take to deploy such an application in production? Let's say you're building a customer service bot where a customer calls in, the speech needs to be transcribed into text in real time, and the intent needs to be recognized. And from that intent, you answer the question that the user has raised, and in return the result in again text to speech, convert that. Imagine how many AI services have to come together to put such one customer service bot in production. Now, imagine each one of them is speech to text and intent recognition, and the knowledge discovery where you recognize the intent, but you now need to go into enterprise repository to pull the response, appropriate response for that particular question the customer has asked, and the text to speech converter. Each of them is an AI model. Each one of them along the way could make mistakes, and they will all compound eventually when you finally produce the output of it, right? So accuracy is of course a very important aspect of it, and we'll go through some examples very quickly. But that's not the only one. For an AI model to really work for companies, I posit that the following factors are all critical, and I've coined a mnemonic for it called "Race Your Facts." Race, as each letter in it stands for a particular attribute of an AI model, and those are listed here. I didn't list them in order. Accuracy, the models have to be accurate. They have to be continuously learning. They have to be consistently learning. That is, don't learn and improve in one iteration and then make mistakes and regress in the other iteration. They have to be consistently improving. They have to be secure and abide by privacy laws. They have to be fair, as in devoid of undesirable biases. They have to be transparent and explainable. They have to be accountable. That is, when somebody makes a prediction and that prediction is auditable. Say you say your loan is denied, and you want to know why. Why is it denied? You have to be able to explain it. Ideally to the consumer whose loan is denied, but also to the regulators, because you can't, in certain industries and domains, you are legally required to have that level of transparency and accountability. And the models need to be robust and should be able to withhold and stand up for any kind of adversarial attacks. So we can actually spend a whole hour or more talking about each topic alone. I won't be able to cover all of the concepts in today's talk because of time. So I will just take one or two and talk about the key concepts and give you some tips and strategies on how to deal with it. If you look at accuracy, what do we mean? When we talk about AI models, we're talking about the precision, recall, F-measure, accuracy. Those are the kind of metrics. Right. So let's take this one particular example, and I'm actually going to switch to this demo here to show you. Let me know if you cannot hear it. I'll put maximum. So I just want to show, here is one doctor's audio file that the doctor has recorded, and we're using speech to text to convert that audio into text for record keeping purposes. So I'll pick one audio file and hit transcribe. Look at some of the mistakes that it makes.
She started taking meloxicam 5 days ago and had taken once daily for the past 5 days and had been. She started taking meloxicam 5 days ago and had taken
twice, so it's repeating.
Once daily for the past 5 days and had been experiencing this discomfort on her lower sternum that she described it like tightness, and this had prompted her to come to the emergency room. Her workup showed slightly elevated troponin of 0.45 and EKG showing non-specific ST wave changes.
Okay, I'll stop it here. So you'll see good corn. Let's look at some of the mistakes that it already made. We're talking about accuracy and elevated proponent. Instead of troponin, it noted it as proponent. Instead of ulcerative colitis, no, acute coronary syndrome, it said a good corner syndrome. Instead of ulcerative colitis, it said sort of colitis. So it made a few mistakes because it doesn't understand the language. So now I will show another example where we have trained this model just by feeding some industry vocabulary. I hit the transcribe again. Let's see if it fixes the mistake.
She started taking meloxicam 5 days ago and had taken once daily for the past 5 days and had been experiencing this discomfort on her lower sternum that she described it like tightness, and this had prompted her to come to the emergency room. Her workup showed slightly elevated troponin of 0.45 and EKG showing non-specific ST wave changes. She's comfortable resting in the gurney, but due to this slightly elevated troponin that she's being admitted for, to rule out possibility of having.
Okay, I'll stop it right there. Okay, so we'll see troponin, it got it right. acute coronary syndrome, it got it right. Ulcerative colitis, it got it right. So the point I'm trying to make here is that AI models on day one are likely to make mistakes because they may not have all the vocabulary, all of the language understanding and all that. But now the key idea here is that you may not be able to solve the general purpose AI problem to perfection that will be able to solve any industry problem, any industry specific on a data set. So we built an initial speech-to-text model by using English language content spoken by different speakers, let's say, and its accuracy is good across the board on various data sets, but it's not 90%, let's say 100%. It's not that. But on any given data set in English, it does reasonably well, maybe 80% of the way. So you take that as the starting point. Now, for any specific industry and domain, you feed the specific terms and vocabulary and train it with those phonemes and such. Then it improves. And on top of it, if you have specific customer data, you feed that. So as you do that, you're narrowing the problem upon which this AI model is going to be good at. But at the same time, you're also improving the accuracy. So the point is, don't necessarily try to solve the whole general AI problem. Solve the narrow AI problem. That's absolutely fine. That works for specific use cases. And you can get to the required levels of accuracy with smaller amounts of training data because you now learn, you ride different learning curves. So this is just one insight on one of the ratio or facts mnemonic that I said in the set of things on how to improve the accuracy of AI models. That is, build broad-based AI models with good coverage as much as possible, narrow the domain to accelerate the learning, and then build AI models so that you can customize them in the actual production in the specific customer scenario. So let me, I know we will run out of time shortly here in like 2 more minutes. One other area that I think would be very interesting for a lot of people is fairness. Let me just touch upon it, and then I'll summarize the talk. Fairness is another very important aspect of AI models. You want the AI models to be as unbiased as possible. There have been a lot of articles lately. In fact, you see them every other month or so, something or the other in the image recognition or in other fields where AI has been applied in a situation where it actually leads to undesirable predictions. Where this is one example that came out in New York Times maybe a year or 2 years ago now, where all the major vendors image recognition software were doing very poorly in African women's faces, and it raised a lot of outcry in general population and public that they're building very biased AI models. And the point is that statistical bias is not bad. That's what is needed to actually reach optimality. But undesirable biases are what are you should try to avoid. And the bias could come in any place. Could come in if you do not have a proper goal set, if you don't have proper data feeding into training the models, or you don't have proper test data sets that can be used for testing the models before you take them to production. Or bias could creep in even in features and models. So one of the ways when you're not very clear on where you're going, every road will get you there. The point is that you have to have clarity in when you're building AI models. That is that if you, in that particular scenario, if you had clarity that you have to have an AI model that can actually predict human faces to a certain level of accuracy, then you should have built enough test cases with African women's faces in your test data sets. Then, even if the training data did not have it and the model is underperforming or poorly on those test cases, you would have detected it before going to production, right? You would have known that it does poorly because your test cases are comprehensive and your test data sets had it. And that sets goals properly for the data scientists who are building it to say, hey, I don't have enough data on this label or on this attribute called race and on this attribute gender, right? And make sure that you have enough samples and enough data you brought into your training data to avoid those undesirable biases. And having tools and techniques that detect biases on different attributes ahead of time and enable you to do debiasing on those is also very important. So AI techniques are actively improving every day, and more analytical tools are being made available in both in the public domain and in the AI platforms that vendors are building, so that data scientists have access to these kind of tools to check for biases and debias their models before they put them in production. So I'll wrap up and say, I've only, scratched the surface today in this race facts mnemonic that, and in this, we've only covered accuracy and fairness at a very shallow level. But here is a quick cheat sheet. Again, I won't have time to go into all of these things, but I will say that, for making AI work for enterprises, you really have to have good data pipeline for preparing data to train AI models. And once you build them, all of these attributes that the models have to be accurate, they have to be continuously learning, they have to be fair, they have to be transparent, they have to be consistently learning, explainable, they have to be accountable and robust. You have to have a proper platform that enables you to properly test and make sure that all of these attributes are performing at the levels that are required. And only then AI models can make their way into companies and be used on a more broad basis. Otherwise, what will happen, they will pretty much stay as proofs of concept or some very niche projects internally. For them to go scale and be used in as many applications as possible in order to unleash the full potential of automation, optimization, decision support, natural interfaces, personalization and augmentation, and all the cases that I talked about, we have to, as companies, and as data scientists, we have to build AI models with these considerations. And as platform vendors, we have to make sure that AI platforms are capable of supporting all of these things for the builders. And as users and as consumers of AI models, companies who are buying them from various vendors have to be aware of these attributes and ask for these kind of proof points on how well the models do or how well the models can be tracked on these attributes. That's when we can fully realize the opportunity that AI can bring to optimizing and automating business processes in enterprises. So with that, I will conclude at this point and open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rama Akkiraju. That was a wonderful talk. I have a few questions here. Can I read it out?
Yes, sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah. There's a question from Ashwini. Do we have AI and requirements gathering in an IT company?
I'm not sure what that question actually means. I will interpret it in my, in a way that what I think it is, and I'll answer that. And if that is not the case, probably, the person has to elaborate for me what the question is. Is there AI in requirements gathering? So one way to interpret that is, can we use AI to automate or optimize the process of requirement collection? Yes, of course. Anything that is requirement gathering, you think about it, a requirements document can be in any format. They could be in unstructured documents. It could be documented requirements of a particular application can be documented in PDF tables. Whatever format that company uses, or sometimes tools like AHA are used to capture requirements that come from customers and other users and product managers and all of that, and they all sit in different, again, structured fields, but with unstructured content going into those structured fields. So you capture all the requirements in different formats, and now you put AI to use to summarize them, synthesize them, to group them, cluster them, and all of those things can be done where you use natural language processing techniques, clustering techniques, and so on to group them and organize your requirements. Or if a new requirement comes in, you can see, is this one of the things that we are already working on, that we have already triaged, and you can do that by classification into those existing clusters and so on. So, AI can be applied quite a bit, and we are already doing that in many cases. And there are tools coming into, software engineering products for doing some of these type of things. So that's my interpretation of the question. If that's not the question, please feel free to type in.
I think that's what she also meant to. There's a second question about, is there any thumb rules for training the AI models, and how frequently we need to do it and to make it almost 100% accurate?
The ones that I mentioned are the rules that we've been able to derive, right? It's not only about accuracy, it's about continuous learning that is important. In first iteration, you may or may not be able to get there. One of the techniques that I shared today is that you may not have to try to solve the full problem in one shot. You build it, and then you narrow it to a particular domain. You further improve it and customize it, and over a few iterations, it gets better. But one of the critical things, which I didn't talk about today because of lack of time, is the continuous learning loop, which is that you have to be able to take user feedback. Initially, users have to provide some feedback on whether it's correct or wrong, and the models can then take that feedback to iterate and improve using that. And that human in the loop is so critical. Unless it is such a simple problem and the data is so nicely clean and labeled, and you have all kinds of representation of all labels that you want, and you have enough of the data, you're not going to get to 100%, which is mostly the case, because you never have all those things checked in any particular AI model building situation. So either that you will not have enough data, or that you don't have enough representation of particular labels, or the data is not labeled, or there is a lot of noise in the data, even in the ones that is labeled. Any number of things could happen, and the models are not going to be perfect. So then how do you get it to closer to 100%? Is through user feedback and continuous learning and continuous improvement and iterations. And that is where it becomes extremely critical to have a well-designed AI platform upon which you build your models, because it's not that you can pull out, scikit-learn packages, libraries, and build AI model with some data and say, I'm going to deploy it on, Amazon Cloud or, Azure or IBM Cloud, whatever. Anybody can do that. The actual work begins then, okay? The model got some data, it made some predictions. Some of them were correct, some of them were wrong. How do you improve that model next? What is the mechanism by which you are capturing all of the right and wrong predictions? What is the mechanism by which you capture the feedback from the users? What is the mechanism by which you take that data and retrain the models? Do they retrain by themselves automatically, or should you manually train them on a regular basis? Do they overwrite the model that's in production automatically because you now have a better model, you think? How do you test that this model is better than the other previous model that's in production? Do you have proper test data sets upon which you can, on every iteration of the build of a new model, test them? Can you automate the error analysis of the models? Which ones are right, which ones are wrong, instead of asking user for feedback every time? All of these are so critical parts of that continuous learning cycle of AI models. And you don't get to 100% accuracy on day one unless you have all the conditions that I said checkmarked, which rarely happens, right? So this is where AI platforms really play an important role in supporting all of those continuous learning activities and model lifecycle management activities. And that's how you get to, with many iterations and a lot of hard work and a lot of user feedback and putting all these things in place is how you take one model and improve it to get to as close as possible to 100%. I don't know if 100% is ever possible in every situation, but at least you can aim to get to pretty close to that in 90s, upper 90s.
Yeah, thank you, Rama, for giving an insight into the artificial intelligence. It was a great learning experience for all of us. So on behalf of, because we are running short of time, so maybe we will not take more questions. Maybe any of the questions are there, please, we can pass it on to you and you can give the answer and we can share it with the participants at a later date. So on behalf of WiE Bangalore section and Bangalore section, I would like to thank you for having delivered such a wonderful talk. And it was a really learning process for us. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Good day to you all. Bye now.
Yeah, ma'am.
We'll move to the next speaker. We will continue with the next speaker. We have an eminent known person from Bangalore. I'm very happy to say Geetha is from Bangalore, and many of us learn when we hear to Geetha. Geetha Manjunath is the founder and CEO and CTO of Niramai Health Analytics. Welcome, Geetha. Happy to have you here. She has proposed and led multiple research projects at Xerox and HP. Earlier, she served as a lab director for data analytics research at Xerox. She is the recipient of a CSI Gold Medal and other medals too. She is on the Forbes list of top 20 self-made women this year. Congratulations. She is the co-author of a book on cloud computing titled Moving to the Cloud. She has 16 US patents and more of them are pending. We wish you more accolades in the days to come, Geetha. She is a senior member of IEEE and the past chair of IEEE Computer Society. We are all waiting to hear from you, Geetha. I'm handing over the podium to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just figure out how to share.
You will see a share button.
Yes.
Through that you can browse and open. Yeah.
Are you able to see this? Yeah.
It's coming up. Yes. If it make it full screen, it is fantastic.
Yes. Good doing it.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Wonderful to see a bunch of super techie women coming together to discuss AI. And I'm very happy to hear the previous speaker do a wonderful job of figuring out what are the, and then explaining what are the different challenges and how actually one looks at AI as a generic problem and what are the rough framework with which you can think about the problem and try to solve it. What I'm going to do in the next 25 to 30 minutes is basically take an example which, we have went so deep into in our startup called Niramai, where we look at AI for breast imaging and to detect early stage breast cancer. So what I'm going to do is to try and talk about the different nuances and learnings while we did AI for medical imaging, particularly for breast imaging. So to start with, let's look at what is medical imaging, right? Of course, at least once in our lifetime, we would have seen an X-ray image. That's the most common medical image that all of us would have come across. There are further very, very complex machines by different medical equipment vendors like CT scan, MRI, mammography, and several colposcopy. So there are several type of machines and equipments which try to take different views of our body. Why do we need medical imaging? So if somebody has to detect whether there's cancer in the body, maybe there's a lump and we want to know whether that's cancerous, the only golden truth of doing it is to pick up the cells within the lump and then take it out and then put it under a microscope and see if there are cancer cells which have a certain type of pattern. Obviously, if you have thousands and millions of people who have to be screened for, let's say, cancer, different type of cancers, we cannot catch hold of everybody and keep poking, right? It's called FNAC or biopsy. We can't do that. And many of the cancers do not even have lumps. So how do we actually figure out where to poke? It's impossible problem. So that is where medical imaging becomes such an important tool where we can non-invasively look at abnormalities in the body. Just like a photograph session, as simple as possible. But as you can see, right, it's a little more complex, actually much, much more complex, because we are not just looking at RGB, the electromagnetic, spectrum. In that RGB, the visual light is only from, red to violet. But that is only what we can see. If we can see the abnormalities in the body, then, it would have been so simple, right, to solve problems. But it's not as simple. And also, all the abnormalities will not show up on the skin. So that's why, medical imaging uses different spectrums, right? Infrared, ultraviolet, MRI, all of these things to see how deep can we go beneath the skin to actually, detect different aspects of the body and depict it in an image format, right? It's not that when you take an MRI, that is the image which is there inside. It is depicting of data in the form of an image. So that now when you look at it holistically, the doctor can make some good decisions. So that's the sort of the broader thing. But as you can see, it's such a complex process. There are so many different parameters. It's so high resolution. And as you know, body is super complex. It's not like each organ is not separately kept. There are organs over organs, one abnormality in one part can create some other type of reactions in other. And it's a very, very complex thing. So many times what happens, multiple types of imaging are done to actually pinpoint one single problem. All this is done by a specialization called radiology, right? So these are doctors who are specialized. Actually, they have more computer science as well as medical knowledge. And they have super good visual, visual differentiation capabilities, if I can say it that way. Still, they are human. So radiology really, really needs our help, all our help with AI and machine learning. There's also, to top it all, right, there is a sheer shortage of radiologists, right? I guess the last number I heard was about 600 to 700 good radiologists in the country, oncologists and radiologists in the country, right? Maybe the number is doubled, but, that's not sufficient for such a huge population, for example. And also, if you go to a really good hospital, when they're trying to, let's say mammography or an X-ray, right? The doctors are looking at almost, 20, 30 images in half an hour. It's very, very important to make this productivity really high because we don't want them to make mistakes because many imaging interpretations requires the doctor to focus, go to different places and so on. Many of these imagings, for example, ultrasound, right? Many of you would have, gone through this, for example, when you were pregnant or something. So where, the doctor is on the patient and there is a 3D imaging that's happening. So all this requires a lot of time and real good effort to figure out any abnormalities in the body or the patterns itself. And obviously, having AI would have better accuracy and lower the rate of misdiagnosis. This is very important because what I said is that once we do imaging, and if imaging is abnormal, only then we go for biopsy. So if we miss it, if the sensitivity, that is ability to detect the disease is low, then, we are not doing good service to the person because it can become abnormal, much more, get to the next stage and so on and so forth. The misdiagnosis has to be as minimal as possible. Finally, what we are trying to see is the person lives for much longer. And we all know that AI loves visual patterns, and it's a beautiful tool to actually train with deep nets and other things that were mentioned. Of course, it can do well in natural language processing and so on, but it is really, recently been shown to work really well on imaging and video as well. So that is where the synergy comes in. And let's take a specific example, and I mentioned to you that I'm going to look at breast imaging, and let's look at conventional breast imaging to start with. Conventional breast imaging, is called mammography, which is basically X-ray of the breast. The breast is compressed between two plates, and X-rays are passed through from top to bottom and also side and so on. It's called MLO view and CC view. So these are two views of a particular person who has cancer, and she can see, right? It's actually pretty complex. There are lots of white spots, and the doctors can make a mistake because which of these is actually cancer. There's so much of white here, and then thankfully some of the doctors are really specialized in this, and so they're able to make out that these things are likely to be cancerous, right? Because usual cancer cells will have some higher density as compared to the other parenchyma, other part of the breast itself. Now, recently, actually not as recent, but anyway, January, there was a wonderful paper by Google. Many people have worked on this problem because there is loads and loads of mammography images available, millions of them available on the net. Any of you can get started easily. And then when Google published, obviously, it got a lot of attention, and they showed that by adding an artificial intelligence layer, and then providing the layer where these what you're seeing here is abnormality that is marked automatically by the tool. When this kind of images are shown to the radiologist when they are interpreting, it reduced the false negatives. What is a false negative? Falsely calling as negative means actually a missing cancer. So 9.4% of cancers were detected more when an AI layer was added on mammography. And 5.7% who were falsely called as positive reduced. And this is a wonderful result to show that yes, AI can make a difference even on a modality which has been around for 30, 40, 50 years now. And there are thousands of people around the world who can do the interpretation of mammography particularly really well, right? Despite having such a wonderful expertise, AI could make a difference. However, there is still a problem. The problem is that I just showed the second category of density of breast, which is basically breast can be divided into 4 types of categories based on the density. The first one is like fatty. Second one you're seeing as heterogeneously, fibroglandular, scattered fatty, and then heterogeneously dense and extremely dense. Now, where it has actually so far performed well is in the B category and maybe a little bit in the C category. But when we actually go to C and D category, it can be very, very complex to even for machine learning to find what is an abnormality. So you can see several white spots here, and this is actually the most cancerous piece. And you cannot do biopsy in each of these models. So it gets more and more complex, right? Because density differences will not work. And younger women, particularly under 40, 45, have dense breasts because there is more fibroglandular tissue, as well as almost 50% of the ladies above 45 have dense breasts. So what's happening is, despite having this AI in mammography, probably only 50% of them are getting benefited. There's a whole lot of women, many of them younger than 40, who do not have any test to detect early stage breast cancer. And that is one of the major target segments that at Niramai, which is a startup, as I mentioned, we are trying to come up with a new solution for detecting this cancer is addressing. Of course, we are also trying to address the affordability and accessibility angle of mammography itself, which is questionable because a mammography test is about 3,500 rupees. And that's a whole lot of money for all of us to actually spend every year just when we all think we're not going to get cancer, right? That's where the thing is. So preventative screening, regular screening, is probably not an affordable tool for Indian and other developing countries particularly. Now, so what we did at Niramai is to start with a different modality. Why look at X-ray when density is not the only way of showing abnormality? I did mention earlier there are different spectrum in the electromagnetic space where we can look at the body and you get different kind of impressions. And similarly, a thermography, which is a modality of measuring the temperature on the screen, is a very interesting and very useful tool for detecting abnormality in the skin. And this is something that was actually known to medical science for a long time. In fact, maybe in 1970s, somebody came up with this and said, I'm going to do thermal imaging. And that time, the imaging devices were not so great. And also, what they also figured out is that not everything that is red, not everything that is high temperature is abnormal. There are several reasons why a body throws up high temperature. So they stopped using it. They have not, of course, there are still about 500 plus doctors around the world who are still using it because they believe, and then they've actually tried to master this technique of interpretation, I guess. Still, there continues to be more and more interpretation errors because not everything that is hot is abnormal, and many times not every abnormality has a real clear focal hotspot. So to reduce the false positives, that is unnecessarily, just to give you an idea, out of 100 people, 60 people will have a hot spot in the breast, right? That we have seen from experience. Which means you cannot say 60% of the people have cancer. No, only 0.6% of them have. So how do we kind of, reduce these false positives? The doctors start making guesses, right? Especially cases where, it's a very clear one, there's no problem. Very clear normal, there's no problem. In between, which is almost 50% of the cases, there is interpretation error because there is guesswork happening, and it's also subjective, and more so because, as I mentioned, there's thousands of points, lakhs of points, and color in this case, not even a black and white, to actually figure out what it is. And thermography is just a heat map of temperature. So it just white color is, let's say, 37 degrees Celsius, red color is 36, like that. It's just depicting any data, apart from medical or whatever, any data which has a spatial requirement can be depicted in a color map or a heat map like this, as many of you would have already done it. So here is where, we as a company, Niramai, decided to play. Can we actually use AI and machine learning on these complex images to say whether somebody is abnormal or not? So we developed this technique we call and trademark as thermalytics, where we have, as I mentioned, developed software which analyzes the thermal images to say whether there is abnormality. The good news is that there are several women who have lumps, but they are not malignant. Almost 60% of the people who have some abnormality, some lump, are not malignant. There is no problem, right? But just detecting lump is not a good idea. We have to look for abnormality. We have to look for actual cancer if possible. But obviously, as I mentioned, we have to err on the positive side because we don't want everybody to go for biopsy, but we want to make sure we do not do any misdiagnosis or miss any cancer. So obviously, there will be a few false positives, but now those numbers have to be as small as possible, right? So that is what we developed. And the end-to-end solution, because of this, has several advantages. One, of course, it can detect much before a lump is felt. Like I said, many cases, lump is seen. And if you want to detect by hand, it's about 25 millimeters in size. And some of the cases we have detected are like 4 millimeters, 5 millimeters in size, which is stage 0, whereas 25 millimeters is stage 3 or stage 4. So that is one major boon of using the solution that has been developed using AI. And this is early stage breast cancer, right? Obviously, stage 0 means you have better treatment efficacy and also reduced treatment costs and better health after the surgery. And it's completely non-contact, non-invasive. There is no compression, there is no X-ray, no radiation, because all we do is measure the temperature. And also we make the thermal sensor in a different place, the computer in a different place, a long wire connects, and there is a curtain in between. Not even a technician is seeing the person when the screening is happening. And this is a huge thing for breast screening because, nobody wants to disrobe in front of other, be it a lady technician or a male technician. And so that is what we brought in additionally. And it does work for women of all ages, under 45, above 45, and even men as well. And then it is completely affordable. And it's a very portable device. And so you can either do it inside a hospital or outside. And it's computer-aided diagnostics using AI, where we use these thermal images and generate a complete report as shown here. And also we have different varieties of reports where, a full-fledged detailed report with annotated images are automatically generated by the AI engine. And then, in villages and all that, we actually give a red, yellow, green so that the ladies who are red or yellow, or rather red, can be brought to a hospital for a further test. This is how it's small. I know it's a small device. This is how it looks. It can be conducted by simply skilled workers, and also we've done many camps. So the video in terms of because of the time, and so let me talk a little bit more in the next 10 minutes on what's happening inside. I know that we have many enthusiasts in the AI and algorithm space. So first of all, let's understand what is the core innovation that is needed. What is the problem statement? The problem statement is here. There are 4 women here. One is a normal lady. This is a person with malignancy. And between these two, it's very clear, right, that there is a problem here because there is asymmetry. And most breast cancers, in fact, 99.99% of the cases, it appears in one breast. And unfortunately, and if the person is unfortunate, maybe there can be a recurrence in the other breast in about 2 to 3 years. But hopefully, if she's done all the things right, then that also may not happen. Now, with this, what happens is that it's very easy to even visually figure out that there is a problem. The problem comes when there are red spots like this and they are not malignant, they are not cancerous. And as I mentioned before, there are almost 60% of the cases like this, right? And that is the key thing. So how can an engine come in and say only this is cancerous and none of this are? And so at Niramai, we have developed such a one using multiple domain-based features as well as statistical features. And so just, reading out some of the high-level domain-based features, right? One is a demographic. If a person has family cancer history, risks, and so on, that also, you actually try to take all of the information that you have on the table, which are related to the disease, right? And it's also a knack to figure out which is related, which is not. Obviously, you can do PCA and other things to figure out statistically. But what happens when you start doing and building new models with new types of imaging like this is you don't have the luxury of millions of data points. Every thermal image that we have used was collected by us, right? So, I mean, it's a lot of data. Is very, very difficult to get in many of these cases. So then we went into use some domain-specific features, right? Asymmetry. How do we carve out this asymmetry? How do you represent this asymmetry? We have 32 types of asymmetry that we mentioned. Then how is the thermal distribution depicted? And what is the imaging parameters for measuring, let's say, how jagged is the boundary of the hotspot? And some of these things. Some of these things were known to medical science in general in other domains, in other modalities, and we tried to bring it in here. Some of them were statistically learned and so on and so forth. In the end, we have about 114 different parameters, which was initially just handcrafted imaging parameters, and then we built the initial model. Then, of course, we went ahead and we now have the complete cycle, not just saying yes or no, malignant or not. There are several, almost 20, 25 different machine learning models that are here. The first piece is that when you actually give these tools to end users, and as I mentioned, there are many installations. We've done over 30,000 women screening. So when these health workers are doing the screening, they make a lot of mistakes. They don't, for example, they have to take 5 images and call it left lateral, left oblique. They make a lot of mistakes. They'll say left go right, right go left, because it's an imaging, mirror image that you see in that one. So they get very confused and so on. So first, can we identify the view, automatically? It is pretty okay when you actually have an image which is perfectly taken, but we're talking about images where we say 45 degrees and they actually take 30 degrees and 60 degrees, so you still have to call it 45 degrees. So there are sort of these, gray areas where obviously machine learning does pretty well, right? And many such things, right? And then you take the full chest area and where is the breast region? That also is a problem. And then we have to figure out where are the hotspots. And hotspots doesn't mean that anything above 32 degrees is not, because different people have different temperature variations on the skin. And how do we actually also identify which is a worthwhile pattern to look at and which is not, and so on. And most importantly, we have a brand new algorithm to figure out vascular structure, blood vessel structure, which helps us determine very deep tumors, which may not have a hotspot at all, which completely are missed by visual analysis. So all of these helped us get into this. And so I just share a couple of them in next level detail. So here is the view labeling. pipeline that we have used. We actually use the ResNet 50 architecture with the pre-training, but actually then this is pre-trained in a normal visual domain, but then we could actually train it with our data set, and we actually did the PI class classification, the 5 views I talked about. What was initially image processing based on figuring out whether it's the left side or front, we used the curvature of the body, and on using traditional image processing techniques, that got about 75% accuracy. But when we had enough amount of data put in this deep learning network, actually, yes, deep learning works. We got about 97% accuracy. Another thing is I mentioned about segmentation, where it is the whole body, and we are trying to figure out where is the breast region here. Initially, again, we used image processing techniques, it's in this as far as sternum and so on and so forth, and that was about 75% and 70% similarity. But when we actually used CNN for this, coupled with a WiNet architecture, because segmentation is always like, image in, image out. So we have a WiNet, which is WiNet and units are used here. So we could do a very good job. And we also did something called like a flip, right? Because you want to increase the number of training samples and so on. So you can actually flip a left to the right and it starts looking similar. So you could actually do a more appropriate segmentation. And you'll see the results here. So here you'll see the imaging-based, the contour-based segmentation, and then with deep learning, we're able to get the exact thing. Why is this important? One, once we do a breast segmentation, we can now analyze more closely on the breast area itself. Then finally, the final classification is, this is a diagram you would have seen 100 times, 1,000 times already. Yes, there is a training phase and a prediction phase, and it's true for the previous two also. But I wanted to point it here that we used a very different technique for training as well. Because traditionally, let's say we want to do a mammographic AI classification, like let's say our Google Science did. So what they did was they took all these images. I said millions of mammography images available on the net. It also comes with tagging, which is being given by radiologists. There are so many expert radiologists who can try and predict, and say estimate where is the abnormality. And so you ask 5 people and then take the best of 5 and then take that as a label. But in our case, we didn't have the luxury because we don't have very good thermographers. If that was the case, it would be in every hospital, right? So we didn't have a person who could actually label it well. So the main thing we did was, okay, let's get the person to thermal imaging, followed by the same person goes to mammography, ultrasound, and biopsy if needed, if she is positive. Then we use the biopsy result or the multiple imaging modality results to say whether she is malignant or not. So it's completely off-channel labeling that we use. And because of that, we ended up having results which are better than mammography because we were trading with biopsy. If mammography said yes and biopsy was negative, we took it as negative. So all of these things helped us in having a very, very good trained model. And, we've done this test on many, many patients now, as I mentioned, 30,000 plus patients, and excellent results with, yes, we did get 100% sensitivity so far because our focus is not missing any cancer. So with that, yes, we got 100% sensitivity. And in fact, we got selected as a top 50 abstracts in ASCO Breakthrough Summit. ASCO is American Society of Clinical Oncology, which is an international forum, and we got selected as top 50, and we got to and fro to Thailand to present this. And this is on a study on 769 patients, where we also compared with mammography and see that what 100% is about 67%, and so on and so forth. So this is one thing. And also, as I mentioned, not all women can go to this. So people who have recommended mammography, also radiologists could not put all of them, almost 250 patients who are just sent to elastography, MRI, and other modalities. So vis-a-vis mammography, it's actually doing very well, and so it is also more affordable and non-radiation based, and we believe it's a wonderful test for especially Indian women to go for right now. And yes, suppose we have several journal, medical journal publications. This is one very important journal that got published last month, and all the doctors are very happy with it because AIMS doctors also. I was told, if one paper is accepted, that is talked about in all whole of AIMS in 4 months together. So that's what it is. And we have got several awards. And the most important piece, and I think I've shared this in another forum before, is that, CB Insights, which is an organization, looks around and then makes the list of top 100 AI startups. And then last year, and we were the only Indian startup which made it to that list because of the innovation, the 10 patents that we have, and the relevance of the work, and also probably business opportunity as well. So very happy to take any further questions. Niramai stands for non-invasive risk assessment through machine artificial intelligence. AI is very, very key, and we believe in saving many, many lives with AI, and we are on the job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Geetha, for such an interesting talk. Due to paucity of time, I am not able to take many questions from you at this point of time. We will take questions from the participants and share it across with you and connect them to you. Thank you so much, Geetha, for taking your time off, being here, sharing your wonderful insights. And I'm sure all of us have learned in the process. We are truly motivated listening to your talk every time. On behalf of IEEE Bangalore section and on my personal behalf, we sincerely thank you.
Thank you so much.
So over to Sadhana for the next speaker. Sadhana, we are late by 10 minutes. I think we can cut short the questions and go ahead, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Sujata. Our next keynote talk is by Dr. Sushmita Mitra, INAE Chair Professor, Fulbright Nehru Senior Researcher, Machine Intelligence Unit, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Sushmita. We are very happy to have you for this global summit. And she will be talking on the topic Intelligent Analysis of Brain Images. Now let me introduce Dr. Sushmita for you. Dr. Sushmita is INAE Chair Professor and Fulbright Nehru Senior Researcher at the Machine Intelligence Unit, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. University Gold Medalist in 1988, the IEEE TNL Outstanding Paper Award in 1994, and the UNESCO Fellowship in 1996. Authored the books on neurophagy, pattern recognition, methods in soft computing and data mining, multimedia soft computing and bioinformatics, and introduction to machine learning and bioinformatics. She is a fellow of the IEEE, Indian National Science Academy, International Association of Pattern Recognition, and fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering and the National Academy of Sciences, India. And she is also an IEEE CIS Distinguished Lecturer and the current chair-elect for IEEE Kolkata section. Dr. Sushmita is listed in the top 2% scientists worldwide in the domain of artificial intelligence and image processing based on an independent study done by Stanford University scientists. Over to you, Dr. Sushmita, for your talk.
Good morning. A very warm welcome to the participants. And thank you very much for inviting me. So how do I share the screen? Let me share it. Okay.
Sushmita, you have 20 minutes for the presentation.
Okay. So
thank you.
Share this.
We are able to see it's coming up. Can you make it full screen?
Yeah.
My next speaker has a hard deadline to finish, so I'm sorry. I'm giving you 20 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So would you please send me a reminder when it's 5 minutes left so that I can wrap up?
Yes. So I will pick up in time.
Okay. So today I'll be talking on some of the recent research work that we have been undertaking in Indian Statistical Institute in our group, and it's about intelligent analysis of brain images, and mostly it's dealing with the PhD work of one of my students. So we will start with automated detection and segmentation of brain tumor. It was mainly for brain cancer. So fast localization, detection, followed by segmentation. And then we used some recent techniques in deep learning, and it got awarded in the MICAI challenge subsequently. So the focus of this talk will be on image analysis related to brain tumor MRIs involving intelligent decision making. And the objective is to provide improved diagnosis, prognosis, and treatment planning. Because if imaging is used, it could be non-invasive. So that is the objective of the research. Now, in medicine, imperfect knowledge is very much prevalent. So you could have incomplete understanding of the biological mechanisms, imprecise measurements. There could be uncertainty of measurements, then simultaneous presence of multiple conditions, and some information could be missing. Therefore, it is very much amenable to intelligent analysis involving learning, some automated analysis which could act as assistive intelligence to medical practitioners. And when the data is sparse, that means actually in deep learning, you need a data-rich environment. So in case in normal life, it may not be that much evident because annotation is very expensive and getting the experts to give you the annotation is or the ground truth is very difficult. So we take resort to interactive or active learning. So first we'll deal with the automated fast detection and localization. Now glioblastoma multiforme is one of the most dangerous brain tumors and it has very high mortality. And invasive tumor biopsies are challenging. So non-invasive MRI is routinely used. So because it provides a superior contrast of soft tissue structures and it is also safe. Now there are different MR imaging sequences which are sensitive to key components of different tumor physiology. Therefore, we need all these components preferably. Like for example, in here, if you look at this table, you will find that in FLAIR, when you use the FLAIR sequence, this one, you see that the cerebrospinal fluid, the edema and the tumor, that region is getting highlighted here in FLAIR. And whereas when you are using T2, because T2 was CSF, edema and tumor, and in FLAIR, you see only the tumor here. So, different aspects are highlighted in different parts of the sequences. Therefore, if you can use all the sequences together, you get a better picture of the different subparts, and which is very important for the treatment. Now, the multiple MRI sequences, when you use them, and then you superimpose them on one image, you see that you can get the different regions separately marked out. There are two grades of glioma, like high grade and low grade. And we find that to the naked human eye, it's very difficult to distinguish. This is the high grade one, which is more dangerous. This is the low grade one, which can be cured. But to the normal human eye or the untrained eye, it is very difficult. So this is a very important problem to be, challenging problem to be handled in an automated fashion. For that, we use first the concept of saliency. What is saliency? See, you hear a bird is flying, obviously the human eye goes and focuses on that. So this is the salient region. So using this concept, we try to localize the brain tumor fast. You see, so how can saliency be found out? Here the color is popping out, here the orientation is popping out, here the curvature is popping out, and so on. So this is the first model which was published in 2016. So we used the concept of saliency and we mapped it in a pseudo color space because the MRI is not color. But by mapping it to the pseudo color space, what we could do was visualize properly. So this is from RGB. We map it first to RGB and then to L star, S star, B star, because that is more amenable to this sort of processing. And we find that in the color cube, the tumor region stands out more prominently in these two combinations. Whereas here, so we propose to start with any of these two. In the subsequent sections of this talk, I'll be referring to this one, the first one. So these are some of the mathematics behind that. So I won't go into the detail for lack of time. So we computed the saliency measure and we modified it with a distance component. So the contribution of this distance component was that a salient region would be near to another salient region also, assuming that the tumor region will be, consecutive pixels would be covered that. So the distance factor would be an important measure. Thereby, we adopted this property of human visual attention mechanism so that we had different levels of resolution. If you look at the next picture, you'll find out. From patch sizes 4 by 4, patch sizes 8 by 8, patch sizes 16 by 16, and this is 32 by 32. That means you are looking at it from a higher distance. So here you've got more global information, whereas here you've got more local information. So what we do is we superpose all of them to get all the information using this kind of mathematics, and thereby the saliency map was generated and mean filtering was applied to smoothen out. And then a proto-object was detected from that salient region using a threshold alpha, which was again computed from the data distribution. So this is some of the two-dimensional outputs that was in that publication actually. So this was the color-coded saliency map that we extracted, and this was the proto-object, and this was the ground truth. So you see that the ground truth is marked in red, and we had very good convergence. Now, what happens when there are multiple tumors? So there are multiple regions. So there also our algorithm worked fine. This was next extended to the 3D saliency map because, and it was published in 2019. So here we had the different slices taken together, and then the proto-object was three-dimensional, obviously. And these are the different views. This is the three-dimensional view. This is the axial, sagittal, and the coronal planes. So these are some of the three-dimensional outputs. So this is the ground truth on top, and these are the corresponding saliency maps that were generated. Next, we used another concept of segmenting the brain tumor. The first one was using saliency for detection, fast detection and localization. Then this one is using one single seed provided by the user to get the good segmentation. Now, for a tumor delineation method, you need the expert annotation typically. So what we tried to do was using minimum user interaction, trying to get as good a result as the expert annotation. So using some kind of semi-supervised learning to perform as good as manual process. Thereby we could circumvent the expense component inherent there. So this is the concept of thresholding that was used, you see, to detect the number of thresholds that would be required. So you see the points, I won't go into the mathematics, but what happens is gradually the points get merged. Ultimately, you're left with the edges. So the valleys and the peaks are left in the end. Automatically, this is done. So we find that these are the two thresholds that are optimum for this situation. So the concept of discrete curve evolution was used. Obviously, if you need further details, you can refer to my homepage and to the publications because we don't have time. So we found that the threshold detected by our method was this one. It was very near to the threshold detected by the red one, which is the exhaustive multi-level OTSU, whereas the computational complexity was much lower. So this was the time complexity of our case in square region. This is the entire flow chart. So we generate the thresholds and you get the region. So this is the details. You can refer to my publication. So this is about the qualitative output for single tumor and multiple tumors in the same sample. So it worked well. And the best part is that the time complexity was lower and the it could work with minimum user interaction. So this is about the publication actually in three-dimensional form. This was enhanced, and this is the schematic diagram. Okay, then so with that we come to the research that we do, which is now we do, that is radiomics. So radiomics deals with the features extracted from the radiomic images or the MRI images in this case. So it is an interdisciplinary thing, kind of involving machine learning and deep learning, medical image processing, and computer vision. So we have been working using convolutional networks and on analyzing the deep networks, then using the concept of saliency, medical image segmentation in diabetic retinopathy, then in imbalanced data, chest CT X-rays. We also had some recent work on COVID, which was published in a good IEEE SSCI. It's going to come out this year, next month, I think. Okay, so now we go to some of the applications of deep learning that we did. So this was about the first one. So we used the BRAX challenge data and the TCIA data. And this is about the detail about the data. So we had three models used: patch-based, slice-based, and volumetric multiplanar. And we also compared with some of the existing traditional models in deep learning like VGGNet and ResNet. So these were the three models used: the patchnet, the slicenet, and the volumetric net, which combined the three views: the sagittal, coronal, and the axial planes. So this was the quantitative output. The VolumeNet performed the best. And these were the different models we compared with: the shallow net, shallow learning of machine learning like k-nearest neighbor, decision tree, support vector, multi-layer perceptron, logistic regression, Naive-Bayes, and then the traditional deep learning models and our models. So our model gave a superior performance. This was analyzing some of the network architecture, and this is about the quantitative evaluation in terms of sensitivity, specificity, and accuracy. And this is the final one. Actually, this one got the top position in the leaderboard score in the MICAI Challenge 2018. In fact, this year also we got something, but we are not presenting that. So typically in deep learning, the UNet is used for segmentation. Now there is one problem with UNet where you get errors at the boundary. So this is a drawback for, in case of medical image segmentation, this is a serious problem because you need to be very specific about the details of the boundary. So what happens is with brain tumor, this is the ground truth. With the 3D UNet, you got this kind of a discrepancy at the boundary. So if you get this kind of discrepancy, it's bad because if the doctor depends on that, the surgery would be incomplete or not so perfect. So that is not at all desirable. So we proposed this solution. So we introduced a novel spatial max pooling layer, which retains the maximum locations to be subsequently used during the unpooling operation. What happens in UNet is there is a pooling operation and there is an unpooling operation along the two arms of the UNet. So there we introduced this spatial max pooling layer. So this was the kind of data that we were provided in that challenge, MICAI challenge. So you see these are the different regions. You needed to provide the correct segmentation with the highest score. So in FLAIR, in T2 and in T1C, and this is the whole one superimposed, all the sequences. So this was the model actually. What we did was, when we took the patches, we retained the highest value. So here you see the highest magnitude is 1.8. So we are retaining this. Here also we are retaining this 0.9. So this is retained here. So thereby some more information was retained. Thereby this error around the boundary could be resolved. Another problem is the class imbalance problem, which is a serious issue particularly in many problems and also particularly in medical imaging, because you see the number of normal samples are more than the number of brain tumor samples that you can work with. So this gives rise to some kind of imbalance. When imbalance happens, accuracy goes down. If you look at this table, you will find that the background has so many pixels. These two subregions have so many pixels, but this tumor region, the core tumor, the solid core, has only this percentage, 0.23%. So this is very much prone to class imbalance. So to solve that, we introduced two loss functions. So one was the generalized dice loss, another was the log loss. So introducing these two helped us to overcome the class imbalance problem. Now the mathematics and all that is available in the paper. So this is the comparison with the BRAC's 2018 leaderboard score. So this was our method, and mostly with these top performing methods in terms of dice, sensitivity, specificity, and the Hausdorff distance, we found that mostly our method performed the best. So these were the subregions of the tumor actually. And then we had to evaluate the overall survival. That was also a part of the challenge. So for that, we used machine learning or shallow learning, not deep learning, because the data was insufficient. So there were three classes: short survivors, less than 10 months, long survivors, greater than 15 months, and mid survivors. So these were the different feature groups that we used in the study. So these are the details about the features used. So this was the quantitative result of the dice score, sensitivity, Hausdorff, and specificity. And on the validation set, this is about the segmentation of the different regions. This is the method, the output obtained by us, and this is the ground truth. This was the quantitative measure on the validation phase for the segmentation, and this is for the survival. And then with that, we conclude. So this is what I have covered about detection, localization, then using a single seed, then some of the applications of deep learning that we currently pursued. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sushmita. We'll just take one question because we are running out of time.
Yes, sure.
Geetha, you can take the questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm extremely happy to share that Sushmita Mitra is one of the top 22% scientists worldwide in the domain of artificial intelligence and image processing. We are very proud that she is an Indian and she is in the top 20% scientists worldwide in the domain of artificial intelligence and image processing. Thank you, Sushmita. Congratulations.
0.2, top 2%, not 20.
No, top 2%. I can here, top 2%. We are extremely proud of you. We will have an elaborate section with you in subsequent days to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind words. It was my pleasure.
Geetha, for your wonderful talk, and also we are proud that she's a woman IEEE fellow. We have very few IEEE fellows, and Dr. Geetha is one of them. So thank you so much for your wonderful talk. If any questions are there, we'll pass it on to you.
There are no questions as such, but Dr. Y. Padma says it was an excellent session by Ms. Sushmita. Thank you so much.
Everybody is complimenting the session, wonderful session. Thank you so much, Sushmita. We will keep in touch with you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you. So, okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, there is one share. Thank you so much.
So we'll move to the next speaker.
Yeah.
Can I be made as a presenter, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yeah, you're the presenter now.
Okay. I think we need to share the profile of Pankajam before I basically open. I'm sorry for that.
Could you make me as a presenter, sir?
No, I will share it. No worries. I'm doing.
Okay.
Welcome, Pankajam Sridevi. She is the Managing Director of Commonwealth Bank of Australia in India. She spearheaded the implementation of RPA in the banking sector from 2015. She is instrumental in implementing machine learning into critical processes, which yielded productivity of 20 to 30% on output and improved customer service. She has a lot of honors to her credit with the prestigious PBM Achiever in Global India Award, Women Super Achiever Award by the World HRD Congress, and many more. I welcome you, Pankajam Sridevi, for this event. Thank you so much. I will start sharing your slides.
Okay, thank you, Sujata. Good morning to all of you. I hope you and your family are safe and you're taking care of your elders during the time of COVID. I'm sitting here with two emotions. One is absolutely elated because there are so many women who are speaking on artificial intelligence. I just heard Geetha and also Dr. Sushmita, and I felt excited because most of the time you find only men on the panel. So no disrespect to men, but I'm excited. But I feel a little bit shallow because when I see the progress that is made in the health sector, I kind of feel that, even before making my presentation, I think banking is far, far behind when compared to the health sector. But these learnings that we get actually will really help us to move forward. So I want to start with a story. I'm sure you would have heard Rajdhani. In case any one of you have not heard about it, it's a joint that serves vegetarian food. So, in the 2016, Rajdhani got into a crisis because there were so many fast foods and the people, their guests on all working days were people who would rush to Rajdhani, have their lunch and rush out. They're all people who work in different organizations. So when an alternative came in, like fast foods, like, burgers and fried rice and all those things, irrespective of the quality of the food, people started going to those joints because they could just finish their lunch in 15 minutes and get back, So then Rajdhani thought a little bit and said something is wrong, and they reviewed it and then they said we have to be faster than fast food. So it's not like they gave up on competition when fast food came, but they said they have to be faster than fast food, and they got back their market share. And how they did that was by intelligence, but they used intelligence of human beings, multiple brains working together. And if you go to Rajdhani, you will see a difference. None of the people talk. The people who are, serving food, they only talk to the customers. Everything else is sign language. It is just to speed up, and they've become faster than fast food. Why I say that is this is very relevant in the banking sector, because in 2008, when the economic crisis hit us, we were so focused on making sure that we satisfy the regulators. We were making sure that all the risk aspects are covered. We were making sure that we did all the remediations that are needed so that the regulators get off our back. But what happened in the world during that time? 2008 onwards, there was a big technology surge of many organizations. You know that, Amazon and, Airbnb and all such organizations were formed during that time. And very nicely, many of the organizations understood that the banking had not gone into technology so much, and they really leveraged the gap that was there in the area of financial institutions using technology, and came up with a lot of technology organizations. That was the gap. So, Bill Gates can never go wrong. He said that banking is necessary. Banking is necessary. Banks are not. And the reason for that is because of the technology, fintech technology intervention that came through during this period. But there are two sectors that are very, very close to the hearts of people, even now. One is the sector that Geetha and Dr. Sushmita spoke about because it is about human beings and the health. And the other sector is really banking because banks have a huge influence on our day-to-day life. If you look at what banks do, banks are along with human beings when any life change happens, including an education, job, marriage, setting up a new center for you, getting into business, and going for a vacation. I think bank plays a very big role in every aspect of our life. Therefore, even though fintech organizations have surged forward, I think we can become like Rajdhani. When Rajdhani said faster than fast food, I think we can get faster than fintech, and we can use that perspective of the customers that they like to bank. They like to be with a bank because they feel safe when the banking happens through a bank. But that's only for a very short time, because now we know that with the demonetization coming in and COVID, we know that we are getting more and more comfortable with all the digital payment system. But digital payment system is only one aspect of banking. So because of this paradigm shift, I think banks have an opportunity to rebuild the trusted partnership, align to what the customer wants, and make things very safe for the customer. In this context, actually what has come as a savior is machine learning and artificial intelligence. So we have not gone, I don't think banks have gone too far into artificial intelligence, but we are using a lot of machine learning to manage, 3 I's. So customer centricity is about 3 I's, and 3 I's you would have seen it is very, very famously used today. One is identity. Do you know who your customer is? When I say know your customer, it is not for one product. So today the knowledge, not today, but I think yesterday, the knowledge was with the banks, the people who sit in the front office of a bank. As soon as you go in, they ask about you, they ask about your son, they ask about your daughter, they ask about your family, they ask about your business. And there is a connect, and there is some data processing that is happening in the minds of the people. And with that data processing, a trust is built. You take documents and you finish KYC. But what can you do with AI? You can do much more with machine learning on exactly knowing who your customer is. The other I is on insights. Do you know why your customer comes to you? We can look at the base without scratching the surface. You listen to the customer, and customer says, I want a loan. And with that statement, we assume a lot of things, and there's lot of intervention of relationship that goes through, and we make either a decision that is wrong for our customer or a decision that is risky for the bank. But using machine learning, we can really know why the customer is coming to you. And the third I is engagement. With all the other fintech organizations coming in, with all digital payments coming in, there is a great need to keep the customer engaged. And it is not possible by just talking to the customer. Those days are gone. Customer is so very knowledgeable about what is there in the market. And that's a good position to be in our country or any other country where banking is available. For any aspect that customer is looking at today, I think the level of engagement and the level of interaction has to increase. So I think we have been focusing, many banks are focusing on these 3 I's, identity, insights, and interaction. So I just want to go to some cases, some kind of user stories on what we have done and many banks are doing on the identity. So, if I ask you, if I were in a room and if I had asked you, how many people would like to really bank, go to a bank and bank with any bank? I'm sure there would have been a chuckle, like a good God, I don't want to do business with the bank. And when you're going for 2 products, the bank again and again asks you all the documents. Even today, if you're going to a bank, they'll say, okay, you want a student's loan, give your Aadhaar card, give your passport. Okay, already you have an account with the bank. So, what machine learning can do is to help the banks create one customer view. And all the information about the customer can be in one place. And you might think, isn't this silly? Doesn't the bank have it already? Unfortunately, there are so many silos inside the bank, like how it is with other organizations. Therefore, creating this one source of truth with big data intervention can make life of our customers very, very simple, and we can identify the customer very, very quickly. The other aspect is continuously we can do KYC. So if you look at it, we don't need to wait. Any data that comes in gives us an additional information about the customer. And that can not only help the bank, it can also help the customer. If it is an institutional or private banking customer, for example, the customer, we are seeing that the customer is doing more and more business, for example, with the mining industry. And there is information in the market about mining industry getting banned in multiple places that can lead to copper price going down. And if the customer is really, really looking at that business, we can really go back and revisit and reface the kind of risk that the customer is facing or we are facing. So we can do continuous KYC for many, many aspects. It's also, for a personal customer, if they want to increase the loan, that they have taken on a property, the kind of loan that, say a top up on a loan, because we are continuously doing KYC, we can really speed up that activity, And the other one is cyber security and fraud detection. Today, that is an area that is spoken about, and I have had experience myself where you get a call from one of the risk agents saying that now a transaction of 40,000 has just been made. Is that you? And when I go and check, it's not me. And I'm sure many of you have got the call, but that's a very reactive kind of management of fraud detection. But using machine learning, we can really, and we are implementing in areas where we can be very, very close to almost solving all the fraud detections that can come in a bank. But there is a word of caution, because fraudsters are always ahead of the bank and ahead of the fintech to identify newer and newer areas. So I think that's where machine learning plays a very big role in supporting us in that. But what about interaction? So, how do you engage with customer? Deeper insights about customer, to know what is the next action of the customer. So that a customer has got married, they have got a 2-bedroom house, and now they have a child. So will they move into a new house? Is there necessity for you to say that, this is the equity that you have on the house? So lots of things, and making it easy for customers to bank with us, raising the excitement of making choices in your life because of the support that banks can give. And sometimes, this is the area where I worked a lot in my old house. Sometimes we do all this in the front end, but the back office or the operations area will be very, very behind. So, it comes to the operations area, they go and do a manual check whether there is a sanction screening, then they enter data into the system, and then they go forward with that. That's no meaning. If the front end has machine learning and artificial intelligence and the back end of the bank is manual, I think it's like, it's no use at all. So really we can use RPA or machine learning to automate business operations processes. And, it's not fair to say that any human intervention, there will be a problem, but that's the truth. You can say that a human intervention can bring in an error, and therefore, sometimes you don't get absolutely fair, kind of a service from the bank. It can be because you have made a mistake. For example, the IFSC code is wrong, then it will go into a repair queue and some human repairs it. But if you are using artificial intelligence, the bank will look at what has been your earlier transactions. Imagine I'm making a payment to my friend Padmashri, and then I know that I'm making to Padmashri. The bank will look at what is the IFSC code earlier, and it will just correct, self-heal, and send it to her. So, these are small things, but it has huge impact on the customer. and there is absolute elevated compliance. I just mentioned about it earlier, but I can give you an example. Many of us do not understand that we have a clear-cut pattern when we are accessing our own account. The time that we take to open an account will be milliseconds, but that will be registered and kept and in the learning engine of the AI machine, the cognitive machine. When a fraudster tries to enter, there is an element of fear all the time. There is an element of nervousness. And the pattern of the way the fraudster will look at our account will surely be different from the pattern of the owner of the account. And this we have seen. We have done prototyping, and it is absolutely, possible to identify in milliseconds or microseconds, not even milliseconds, microseconds, and stop because of a potential fraudster. And it might be a false positive and give some kind of discomfort to the customer, but it really prevents any fraud activity that can happen from the bank. And I think it's a great opportunity that has brought that AI has brought to the banks. And the third one is personalized banking experience. Many a times we think that, the days where we go to a bank and talk to earlier it was like going to a temple. Going to a bank is as good as going to a temple. We plan for it. We go and speak to the bankers. They're all our friends. Those days are going away. If I were in a room with you, I would have asked, how many of you have gone to a branch any time, in the near future? I can tell you that being a banker, I've not gone to a bank I don't remember, for 5 years. I've never gone to a bank. But that doesn't mean that we don't need personalization. We need high-end personalization. So if somebody comes and tells you, a banker comes and tells you, here are the 5 products that you can think of for investing, I don't think we can even get a brain time of that person. I don't think this is valid. But if you look at the data, if you look at the age, if you see the amount of money that is lying in the bank for this person, where this person is getting 4% interest rate, and you go with a model, a very personalized model to support that person in investment, I'm very, very sure the impact will be more. And this is helping the customer. It is not, banks always want to make money. That is normal. Any business would like to make money. But this is like also supporting the customer to the future that they want to build with the family. And, credit decisioning, I'm sure many of you would have faced that in a bank, because the bank looks at 6 months of your credit statement or your debit statement or the interactions that you have done with the bank, and very quickly will model out saying that are you a high risk kind of a customer or not. And sometimes, you're denied the rightful amount that you have to be given for a loan. But what we are doing, or what banks are doing with machine learning, is really looking into the future and building the behavior of the customer, and looking at what are the life change events can come in the next 15 to 20 years or 25 years. And then we predict that what is your credit worthiness. And not we are not predicting, but the system will predict us based on the learning engine that we build. And really, we can support you to make the right decision for you. It's not always that, you think a lot when you're thinking of taking something on credit, but I think we can educate you as to why you should reduce the loan that you're taking from the bank, or that you can take a bigger loan because your future credit balancing is fantastic. But I must also tell you that I want to link this credit decisioning engine to the KYC engine, because there could be situations where things can change, and which is really, cannot be predicted. One of them, we are just going through that. That's COVID. You can see that many people during COVID has really, lost jobs, and these engines, along with the KYC, can help us to identify how we can really help our customers to manage the loans and also help us to reduce the risk. Now, I'm sure you have heard of advisors. We have advisors even on Swiggy. We have advisors on other things that we see. But in banks, you can have robo-advisors. I'm sure that you're using some of them in your banks, where you have a chat, you'll have a chat engine, and you look at those, you look at the robots helping you. But this robo-advisor is a lot more powerful with the kind of with the kind of information and the kind of information assessment that the robo advisor can do. It's like putting millions of brains together, and it has to be better than a few brains. So some of the things that the banks are doing very, very closely is really telling the customer. It can be an institutional customer, and we tell them that what is the risk to their current business. We will tell them that 80% of your business is in one area, so there is a concentration risk. You might wonder that why a business leader does not understand that. Why do you need a bank to go and say that? But you must understand that there are multiple aspects to a business, and sometimes these small things are blind spots to our customers, and nothing wrong in bringing that to the front of the table to advise the customers. It's the customer's prerogative to take the advice or leave it. That's fine. But, these are the advices that we can give. And we also look at the external environment all the time, looking at the external environment to make sure that we can advise our customers at the right moment in time. And sometimes this also helps us in the bank, because that anti-money laundering and terrorism financing is so high. Many a times, we have to really focus on making sure it's not only fraud detection, but anti-money laundering and terrorism financing. We have to look at multiple patterns of our customers. Even though we have done a KYC, at any point in time, these things can happen. So all the time, the robo will be looking at the data, looking at the KYCs, looking at all the transactions. Every second, it can look and go and span the transactions and come up and advise us as well as advise the customer. To close, I just wanted to say that all these things are there, but there is something called, we have to create the learning engine. We have to make sure that all our expertise that we have in a banking has to be really put to use to create that cognitive engine that is suitable for, making a difference to the customer. We have to do a lot of process alignment. We have to get our risk and compliance along with us while we are doing it. And the last of all, and the most important thing, is that we have to be ethically right. We have so much of information about the customer. We will make sure that, and all banks must make sure that they really make the customer understand for what we are using this data. And we cannot use artificial intelligence or machine learning for anything that is not beneficial for the customer. Even if it is beneficial for the bank, it has to be beneficial for the customer. So there are a lot of guardrails that we put while we are building anything related to artificial intelligence to make sure that, the ethics and fairness is there. And you must also understand that banks really have a replica of the society outside. So, the case of some of the banks where there was a mini fraudulent bank inside the bank. And again, that is where the risk team and the compliance team and all these teams support to make sure that we are ethical and we use the data to give benefit to the customer. And I want to end with a story where our own bank has found some 158 million worth of benefits to the customer, where they have not really gone ahead and got their tax refunds, the energy bonus refunds, etc. Sometimes we all forget that, but when artificial intelligence is used in a bank, we can really go back and support the customer to get the money back. And I think around 55 to 60 million we could get in a year, and it is so important during the time that COVID is hitting. So I would say that you must all be very, very, very aggressively pursuing what the banks would want to do with you. And I think you must not give up unless you get superlative kind of service from the customer. Happy banking, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pankajam, Sridevi. It was an excellent talk. I will now request Dr. Bindu to take us some questions.
Thank you, ma'am. It was definitely a very useful talk to all of us. Going now to one of the questions that I would like to ask is, ma'am, as we know that we have, everybody has a lot of money in their account, but they do not know how the government is using it for various purposes. So what if it could be made transparent and they could also benefit out of it by getting some interest for whatever it is being used? Is there any such provision?
I think we have to wait till open banking hits us, where we get total transparency of where the money that we are investing is getting reinvested. So, until then, it will be that kind of transparency is hard to get. But once open banking comes, we have a right to ask for the data. But I think, if you look at today mutual funds and all those things, of course, you will see a star and there will be a small one-liner in small letters saying that you're responsible for your risk. But there are a lot of advisors who will tell you where these mutual funds are investing, like HDFC, etc. But if we want to have complete transparency on where the money is, we have to wait for open banking. There is no other way because it's also regulated. And when it's highly regulated environment. You know that. That's the thing that banks have difficulty when compared to fintechs because they're not even 5% regulated like the banks. So we have to be much faster than fintech by all these requirements. But today, it's little hard to be honest with you.
Thank you for the answer, ma'am. Thank you very much. Yeah. Over to Jayasudha.
Thank you very much, Pankajam, Sridevi, for your wonderful talk, AI in banking. We could see that you have brought very, very nice perspective, starting from Rajdhani to, it was a really excellent presentation from your side, and we could learn so many things about how AI is being used in banking. We are very honored to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my honor to talk to the engineers. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sujata, for inviting me. I really enjoyed listening and also, talking to you. Thanks a lot.
And from our side, we are also giving you a digital thank you plate. So please accept from IEEE Bangalore section as well as Bangalore Technology Conclave. Thank you.
Earnestness, I'm accepting it. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Pankajam, for the excellent talk on banking.
Now we can go to the next speaker. I think Paulina is already there. So she asked me to share her presentation. In the meantime, please give her introduction. Then I will share the screen.
Yeah, a very warm welcome to Paulina N. Big Chan, who's the next speaker. Let me introduce the speaker. Paulina N. Big Chan is the chair of IEEE Hong Kong section, and she's the former chair of IEEE WE Hong Kong from 2018 to 19. She is a member of IEEE Humanitarian Activities Committee 2019. She was a session chair and organizer of major IEEE international conferences, ICC, NCC, Global Com. She was the founding chair of Imperial Women Science and Technology 2013 to present, and she is also in the Imperial College London mentoring program from 2013 till present. She is currently continuing that position. She is a trustee of the Chartered Management Institute Board of Trustees from 2019 to 2021. She is the chair of CMI Regional Board of Directors in Hong Kong from 2017 and continuing till present. She is the principal CEO of Global Mutual Innovation Consortium, which is there in multiple countries. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Paulina, and the talk will be on innovative leadership and leadership in innovation. Yeah, you'll have 20 minutes talk followed by question and answers. I would request the participants to type your questions in the chat box. Over to you, Ms. Paulina, for your talk.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And it is really my pleasure and great honor to be among my contemporaries today with so many disciplines, in healthcare, in banking, in fintech. And I have been trained as an electrical engineer, but my career has been in multidisciplinary business. So I have learned so much, and I would like to share some of my thoughts in the next 20 minutes. So, and before I say all that, I really, thank you, for for asking me to be part of this congress. Since I already been introduced, so I would like to jump into the third slide, please. The third slide I'm going to talk about is on innovative leadership. And this is also the title of my speech. Are we able to share screen? I keep going so that, I'm sure that, we will be able to share, the PowerPoint, among ourselves. The title of today is called Innovative Leadership and Leadership in Innovation. And in the new norm, I think this is very, very appropriate in order to make this a topic. Because, in the ever-changing world, innovation means staying ahead of the crowd and creating paradigm shifts. Innovative leader, thank you, this is the screen. Innovative leaders break down existing boundaries and push the envelope. And they observe what others can see. And, this is indeed, the situation of today, among industries and also among my female friends and professional friends today. I can see the testimony and they are all able to do that. And also innovative leaders also have been early converters to new technologies. I've heard healthcare, I've heard banking, and I have heard, pure research and development. And in the 21st century, it means the adoption of digital technologies such as big data. We have heard so much, and we talk about artificial intelligence. This is the theme, of the session in the particular field of work. The next one, next slide. Leadership in innovation, is a matter of, the next slide will be good. Leadership in innovation, talking about technologies, we are talking about offering endless opportunities for business to achieve innovation. But besides visionary leaders, like many of us here, recruiting staff, of ambitious, eager, and young professionals. And with the right corporate cultures, I've heard that, from the bank, I've heard it from the hospital, I've heard it from the academia. That is encouraging, all of us to think out of the box. This does not punish failure, and also very essential for the enterprise to break out, of the pack and invent innovative products and service. So leadership in innovation has a lot to do with, innovative products and services, which are really leading the trend, leading the pack. While innovative leadership are the people who have foresight, to decide, that, this is the way to go. The next slide. So now I want to, share with you what is the common definition of innovation. Innovation is such a buzzword in the 21st century leadership. However, it is a cross-cultural social change. I think, in Asia Pacific, among ourselves, we are very familiar with this and we are very used to it. Because, only through cross-cultural social change, we enjoy, the applications and the impact a lot more using digital technologies. Of course, examples of digital technologies are many, many, many. And today, we talk about artificial intelligence through big data. And also in my field of communications in electrical engineering, we are also talking about World Communications Network. Of course, today we are talking about 5G, and before we know it, we have 6G and 7G, very, very soon. All these are moving very, very quick. So the next slide, I am going to talk about how important is innovation. Innovation is affecting a wide spectrum of all 26 functional segments commonly used in the Wall Street. We have education, we have healthcare, we have banking, and then we also have manufacturing, education, many of those. And especially, during the pandemic situation, we can experience the full exercise of innovation in technology and all innovative in leadership. Innovation is also pivotal, to the survival and the growth of multinational corporations and startup unicorns. Now, the next slide, I would like to share with you how are we doing, to the whole world and also to the whole Asia Pacific. How are we doing with such a development? Plotting, the digital evolution index. One of my clients, in coordination with the consulting company, we have identified, the world of innovation into 4 categories. From the very top left of Northwest is the star out, to the southwest is watch out, southeast is breaking out, and then the northeast is stand out. I'm very delighted to see that in Asia Pacific, especially in Southern Asia, we see ourselves already, migrating from the watch out to the breakout and also to the stand out, list of recognition. And this is a very long journey, but it is a very short process because innovation is moving in very much in terms of the development in technology. So with great teamwork, with human resources, with global resources sharing, things are moving very, very fast. So very soon, it is a tough time, to identify, who should be in what corner of the chart, because everybody and all the industries and most of the teams are focusing to the middle. And the only difference is the functionality and which way it will be moving through the work of artificial intelligence. The next chart, next slide, I'm going to share with you is also to see, the word unicorn company. You can see in South Asia, in our neighborhood, there are many, we identify through artificial intelligence and also through big data, the varieties, of innovation and the varieties of unicorns. You can see that e-commerce, fintech, edtech, healthcare, and on-demand service are very, very well developed in our neighborhood in South Asia. Because for 2 reasons, we have the needs and we also have the resources of doing so. The needs are, we are very well spread, in geographic coverage, and also all our industry are in the pick-off stage. So whenever we have anything, either in banking, in healthcare, which is obviously, to take full use of digital technology with all kinds of good resources, we immediately leapfrog into the most current and the most exciting, application. We have heard so much on the healthcare. We have heard a lot on the policy of financial policy and banking. And of course, many of you are very dedicated academia, machine learning, artificial intelligence, is already, part of your everyday, teaching, and also very much still in postgraduate work and also in undergraduate discussion. So you can see the focus, on, and by having all these great artificial intelligence research and development, there are many unicorn companies, in our region also. Unicorns is, of course, defined as having the annual revenue of $1 billion, US, per year. With such a determination, I want to share with you the value, of innovation and innovative leadership in the next slide, please. Innovation is very critical, in the knowledge economy, driving growth, new products, and new methods of delivering value of the customers. Just now we heard about, how important customers are. Now, according to the PricewaterhouseCoopers research in 2015 on global innovation, the United States companies spend $145 billion in country on R&D each year. In the conference board, CEO challenge, 943 CEOs rank human capitals and innovations as the top 2 long-range challenges to driving business growth. This is a key talent challenge for most of us, to most organizations, and a talent gap that needs to be closed, starting at the top with the role of CEO. Today, we are also celebrating women, in engineering and also in business. We take a look at the participation of women, in this field. Actually, has been increasing because many of us are scientists, many of us are medical professionals, many of us are engineers in this region compared to other regions. It tells me that it opened up many opportunities for us and for the next generations of women in science and technology to participating in this field. It's just because of our knowledge and also our technologies of understanding using artificial intelligence. Now, this is the part I think our region definitely takes, utmost leadership in doing so. Now, let me do a preview with you. What are we talking about, when we are talking about innovation in the next few slides? The next slide, please. Innovation has been on for many years. We heard it first, second and third industrial revolutions from Europe, from printing, from steam engine, electrical and electronics, radio and telegraph, telephone, TV, computers, internet, imaging. All these are well developed and has been importing, from Europe and from Europe, and then transported and immigrated and also collaborating in our region in Asia Pacific. And all these, we are not throwing them away. They form a fundamental platform, to develop, all the technologies and applications of innovations today. The next thing, we can identify a few of the applications in the next slide. In Asia Pacific, we are very active in automobile industry, in airplane, in highways, and in spacecraft. Just now we heard satellite communications. We heard healthcare. We have diagnostic and testing. These are the very important applications of the last 3 industrial revolutions. And continue with the next slide. in our region, and just now, even in our session, I've heard, healthcare. I have heard high performance material, and I also have heard, communications network. Now, these, are the fruit of the innovation. This is the fruit of the vision of our forebears and leaders who have the leadership in innovation, and also they are the innovative leaders. Now, when we move on to the next challenge of the fourth industrial revolution, which is depicted in the next slide, I emphasize a few that our Asia Pacific is very good at and is leading, the pack in it. Household applications, water supply, solar energy, energy forum, carbon suggestions, and nitrogen cycle, access to clean water. I think in South Asia, Asia Pacific are very well recognized worldwide, in these areas. And we must continue to pursue with global support and also with our interregional and local support, especially with the inclusion of women in science, in technology, and engineering, and as well as in arts. We'll talk about that later. The next challenge, which we in the next slide, which we have already spoken about in the next slide, is the improve in urban infrastructure, such as smart cities, smart village, in the next slide. Also advanced healthcare, engineering better medicine, personalized medicine, reverse engineering in the brain, and also all the prevention of nuclear terror. And continue with the applications that our region has been leading the pack and also very active in the pack is the next slide. Just now we heard about, fintech in a bank. We actually touch a lot on secure cyberspace. We talk about, personal identity. We talk about, virtual reality, like remote diagnosis. We talk about, mining exploration. We talk about personalized learning, which we use a lot. And this field has been so vastly developed just for the last 16 months, just because of the COVID pandemic. We do remote classroom, we do e-learning, and we do e-teaching, and we do virtual reality in the classroom. We experiment in the lab. We have all kinds of engineering tools, for scientific delivery. So this is actually, beyond challenges. This has provided us, today, the whole world, the opportunities. And this is, the current, revolutions that we are talking about in the global industries. In the AI industry, among the global industry, AI is actually a dominating force and platform to make it happen. Now, in the next slide, I want to talk about, I know many of you and many of us are leaders in our fields and also prolific, academias, that would actually, providing, education, and nurture, to our leaders. There are 5 skills being surveyed that innovative leaders have in common. And I'm sure that all of us, have been able to identify ourselves, stronger here and there, in the following categories. For example, manage risk, definitely. innovative leader definitely manage risk. Just like, like in IEEE, we embrace, the new norm, to hold global, virtual congress like today. That may involve technical, hesitance, but we manage it, very nicely. We also demonstrate curiosity. And that's why we are so much in the leading head and the leading pack of the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and apply that in so many, industry and business segments, as well as in academia. We are also seize the opportunities. COVID-19 pandemic is definitely a sad phenomenon whole world. However, it opens up many opportunities, for new development, new technology, and the use of technology as well. And innovative leaders are very much, capture the opportunities, and also, and to maintain a strategic perspective. We see things in a global sense. We see things in a top-down approach that, details are as important, but we should never lose sight on the total picture in correlating, across culture, across border, and also across phenomenon. Of course, we need to be maintained order. We do things at the right process. We also need to be very focused on accuracy, especially, using communications network in many areas, in banking, in finance, in healthcare diagnosis, in communications. Accuracy is very important, both in terms of performance as well as in process. So these are the key skills that, innovative leadership and innovative leader, are using artificial intelligence. These are the profiles of them. The next few slides, I want to introduce a few samples of innovative leaders, please. Next slide. All of us know him, Professor Peter Drucker. He advocated growth through marketing and innovation. I don't need to say much about him, but I want to refocus, our attention to one of his quotes. He said, "Knowledge has to be improved, challenged, and increased constantly, or it vanishes." Furthermore, management is doing things right. Leadership is doing the right things. We all know about that. Let's move to the next slide and see how are we doing. Many of us, especially those of us who are trained in engineering, we are familiar, or we know that many of our innovative leaders are women, and it was properly, contributed in many fields, both in technology, in household. For example, in a household, like ice cream, refrigerators are invented by women, and compiler invented by women, CCTV invented by women, telecommunications invented in NASA is also being heavily supported and led by women. And of course, we're talking about today wireless transmission. We are talking about central heating. We are talking about algorithm writing. All these, I don't need to belabor ourselves, into this. And I want to say that we have forebears and we have important and innovative women, ahead of us who have been contributing so much. And this is our turn to do our best, to in the COVID pandemic environment and getting ready, for the post-COVID era. And on top of that, in our means and through our disciplines, to nurture and encourage, to the next generation, both women and men.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am. We are running out of time. So maybe you could wrap up.
Yes, I would like to wrap this up. And then there are many, examples, of leaders. And I would like to, ask, ourselves that, how would we make good use of artificial intelligence, and also ask ourselves how would machine, help, in doing, all the new development in the world, and also how are we going to improve our field in this element. And of course, in the near future, there are many of applications, and the leadership of the future is for the 21st century, and we do not have a ceiling, and we break any if there is any. And on top of that, our next generation is very important to us. So this concludes my presentation, and thank you for your attention, and more importantly, thank you for inviting me to participating with the group.
Thank you, Paulina. There is a question from Manjunath Chandrasekharan from you. Would be great to hear you thoughts on how do we as women leaders democratize the process and culture of innovation in our organization and tech communities to build a ground-up approach to embrace continual learning and knowledge creation and sharing.
Thank you for the question. I think it is a very. I think this is very encouraging because of communications network. Our world is very close and very close, so we can communicate anytime, anywhere, among many ways. And so the process, could be normal and also informal, like today, And to embrace the new norm, there are platforms through the conclave, through the working group, and also through all kinds of social media, and we can, definitely do it very nicely. And this is just the beginning, and we are still, learning and trying to improve, the process and also the connection and the network. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your clarity in answering questions.
And also innovative women leaders. As a token of our appreciation, we are giving you the momentum. Thank you.
Paulina, thank you for joining us, and please accept our digital token of appreciation. Bangalore section as well as Bangalore Technology Conclave.
Thank you. Well noted, much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina.
So we will be moving to the next session. So we have an interactive roundtable now. Jayasudha ma'am.
I'm doing it. Just a second.
No, it's
Oh.
So today we are going to have an interactive roundtable on the technologies for the post-COVID world. So we have Suma Rao with us, along with Neha, Saurabh, and Shruti. Suma Rao is a serial entrepreneur and a strategic leader. She is the current venture. Her current venture is Leadership Studio, an education and training company focused on leadership and management development through Indian scriptures. Very different from what I've actually seen. Congratulations, Suma. Suma Rao has a management degree. She is a fellow, Founder Institute, a Silicon Valley Accelerator program, certified train the trainer, and holds a certificate from Cambridge University in teaching and learning. Suma will be the moderator for this session, and I hand over the virtual dais to Suma for further proceedings. I welcome Suma Rao, Neha, Sarthak, Saurav Agarwala, and Shruti Kannan for this event.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Sujata, for a wonderful introduction. Today's time and age has been, a little testing our patience, and there are a lot of changes with the attitude and the behaviors. Okay, so is other challenges what we are facing. To address this, we have this wonderful panel, illustrious panel with us. How technology can help us during this post-COVID times. So I'll take a moment to bring my panelists in. I welcome Shruti Kannan, who is program head, launch part of Cisco, Saurav Agrawala, CTO and founder of Cron AI, and Neha Sarthak of Astrom. She is the CEO and co-founder. Can I please request Ms. Shruti to introduce herself as well as share her background to help us understand what technology can give us and why is she there. Shruti, over to you.
Thank you, Suma. Thank you, Dr. Sujata, for the very warm welcome today. It's indeed an honor and a privilege to be amidst all dignitaries today at this IEEE WIE Summit. So, by way of introduction, I lead the Cisco Launchpad Startup Accelerator. Cisco Launchpad is a techno-business forum, a platform where, in a very technical terms, I would say we are like the routers within Cisco for the startup world. We take deep tech, high potential startups into our fold, and our aim, our goal is to ensure that we are able to integrate as many disruptive technologies, as many technologies that may be useful for our own ecosystems that we live in, and create a very viable and a sustainable and a very digitized environment for us to live in. We have been running this program since 2016, and happy to have interacted with Neha and Saurav, the co-founders of Astrom and Cron, as part of that. So lots of exciting learning, lots of exciting solutions that get created as part of this platform, and happy to share that during the course of the discussion today. Suma.
Thank you, Shruti. That was a wonderful introduction, and we know, our audience are for a treat. They're listening to us, listening to the illustrious panel here, and they'll change their perspective, and there's a lot to take home from here. Can I please request Saurav Agrawala to introduce himself and also share a little bit of background?
Shruti, I'll start with that. It's really an honor to be a part of this panel, and I joined the keynote in the morning, and I really loved the way and loved the discussions that happened. So I'm Saurav Agarwala. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Cron Systems and Cron AI, and I have a background of working in multiple platform and solution companies. I've worked with Qualcomm. I have worked with Apple as a customer. Technically, I am a digital signal processing guy who gradually moved into AI and machine learning. Cron AI has had a very, very beautiful journey where we started as a solution company and we were using 3D sensing in order to remove humans from the mundane task of patrolling borders. We have live installations at the India-Pakistan border, all the way in Kashmir. And then the company pivoted where we gradually transitioned from a solution company to a platform-based company where we are enabling 3D sensing to be used by user solution applications such as self-driving, intelligent transport system, robotics. Personally, I take care of the product development and the technology development, and we have offices based out of Gurgaon and Derby in UK. I'm looking forward to this discussion, and I hope I can add some points to the topic that we are discussing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Saurabh. The most sensitive point you made is, installations in India-Pakistan border. I'm sure, we all are listening to you intently. Thank you so much. Can I please request Neha Satak to introduce herself and share a little bit of background? Thank you.
So I'm Neha Satak. I am the co-founder and CEO of Astrom. So we are a very much a telecom company. We are building products and solutions to bring connectivity to the rural areas and also suburban areas of the world. And we started out as a space company developing products for SATCOM space. But now our most important product right now is actually a wireless product which can do the job of fiber and help connect rural areas and suburban areas much easier at a lower cost and in less time as compared to fiber. So we believe that connectivity is going to impact the world and it is already impacted. And so all our energies in Astrom are actually focused on bringing connectivity everywhere. We are focusing on also 5G at the moment. How our products can actually actually make it faster for 5G to get deployed, both in developed countries as well as developing countries. I am very honored to be on this panel. Thank you to Suma and Sujata for putting this together. And I'm looking forward to having a very fruitful discussion today. Thank you,
Neha. That was a wonderful, introduction by you. And now, our audience have asked for a treat. Again, I repeat that, a variety of panelists we have. And during this time and age where technology is having a tectonic shift, favoring some and threatening for some, they'll get a fresh perspective. Going forward, my first question to Shruti is, what is that one thing? What are the biggest challenge related to technology in COVID era, Shruti?
Suma, I think the biggest challenge in this COVID era is that even very simple things that we have taken for granted, like say grocery shopping from our next door shop, or say even receiving parcels coming into our home through courier. These were very simple, taken for granted actions. But now today that even with all of these, we are facing several practical issues. And when there are issues, there are opportunities for resolving them. So I would say the biggest challenge from a technology perspective is that newer areas, newer use cases are coming to surface. And we need the readiness from a technology perspective and the readiness from a solution perspective to be able to answer some of these newer age problems and use cases that are cropping up now because of this COVID era.
Shruti, thank you. You mentioned issues and opportunities there, right? Is it that, it is helping the technological companies to improve or develop something?
Of course, I think this is a very, I would say, hard it's like the breeding ground for innovation and evolution, I would think, at this point of time for companies that are having like agility at the crux of their heart. In fact, when we work from a corporate plus a startup perspective, what we see is that while corporates like us at Cisco bring in a very strong and a stability perspective, the startups are very much appreciated for their agility and their subject matter expertise. For example, I would like to even quote one of our portfolio startups called Minion Labs. They were in the business of energy management. And during this COVID era, they had the other problems like any other startup had. They could not go physically to their installation locations. They were restricted by all the lockdown and all of these. But they took this as an opportunity to kind of go back to the whiteboard, kind of sit on their strengths, and they, from scratch, developed a product which is now being used to sanitize parcels coming into our homes, making it much more safer in terms of consumption of these everyday, day-to-day kind of products. So I think technology has not changed big in this, but the way that we look at it, our lens, our perspective, as you rightly said, tectonically shifted in a way that is much more useful and conducive to the current times.
Great, Shruti. Thank you so much. Now you said startups. We have, the startups here, the entrepreneurs here, Saurav and Neha. So, Saurav, starting from you, if you could go back in time, what would be the one thing you would do differently, considering this pandemic era?
So, Suma, if you look at it, if I put it in a hilarious manner, I wouldn't let the pandemic happen because it's costed us a lot. But then, taking it seriously, you know what? If you look at us, we were actually going through a major shift ourselves when COVID hit us. So Cron was going through a major pivot where we were moving from a solution-based company and we were restructuring our companies. We were raising funds, and COVID hit us. And in that situation, the biggest problem that a company which is an early stage startup or not even at our stage, but a bit towards where they are going to raise their Series A, they have customer validation, they have a sales pipeline. The biggest problem that we saw was there was an urgency in the company to meet the norms of COVID in order to scale down, in order to make sure that we deliver. And at that time, though we were helped by our mentors, and like Shruti is on the panel, she has been a mentor to Cron as well, we took certain early stage decisions which were taken in fear and hurry and were not taken with a long-term plan in place. One of those decisions was, making the team leaner, making sure that the team works leaner, making the team work out of their homes and not their office without properly training the team on how can they operate from home. Work from home is a concept that's okay to do for a day or two when you have certain things or certain chores at home. But suddenly when the team has to work from home, they need to go through a proper training on how they interact with each other, how they sync up with each other. And we really literally didn't get time to do that and suffered a lot because of that, because suddenly the team didn't know, and I'm not just talking about the tech team, I'm talking about the company as a whole, how to react to when you do not have a person sitting right next to you. Because you know what, implementation can be done if you are sitting alone, but the thought process, the brainstorming, they need to be done over a pizza and a Coke, right? So that's one thing that I would go back in time and train my team, because we lost a lot of time in that. We had to literally do these trainings over Zooms and WebExes in order to make sure that our team was ready to, come on board and work virtually. And that's one thing I would definitely want to go back in time and change, because in the end, when you're creating technology, it's all about the team interacting with each other and making progress.
Very rightly said, Saurav. The team meetings with Coke and pizzas are more effective than the virtual meetings. I agree. And had we been at a place today, this would have been more, more glamorous is what, I can see. But it's a new normal. We all got to adjust to that.
Thank you so much. Can I please request Neha to share her thoughts on the same? What is that they would go back and do differently?
So, Suma, just to give some perspective, so we are a hardware startup, and when the pandemic hit, we were actually in the middle of, really assembling our boxes and actually starting our field trial. So we were really in the midst of, doing a lot of hardware. Luckily, we had done a lot of it, before the pandemic hit. And I think we took some time, let's say about a month, because of, all the restrictions that were put in place to actually make the operations of the hardware remote. So basically, we had to rewire our lab completely within a month, with, one or two people going on, passes to the lab to actually make every system in the lab accessible remotely. So that was something that if we had, a setup for it before, it would have really helped, for us, to not even lose that 1 month or 2 months that we lost. So I think in this environment, I feel like every company is trying to, change its work culture, and it's very, very important that we take a long-term view on this. As a company, we are not thinking that this pandemic is going to end in, next 1 or 2 months or 6 months even. So we are making long-term changes in our company. Only the required employees go to office. Rest of them are able to work effectively from home. Our experience with remote meetings was a little bit different than Saurav. Actually, our team did better in terms of communication, virtually, because we are a hardware startup, and a lot of times people get lost in the hardware problems that they're solving. But this time, because everybody was available and present, we all were able to do much more team meetings as compared to what we used to do, before the pandemic hit. So, but we are still, learning. We are still learning how to be more and more efficient. So that has been my experience.
Wow, thank you, Neha. Learning every day, it's always work in progress, right? So that's a nice perspective from the startup point of view and the entrepreneurial point of view. Now my focus shifts to Shruti. Shruti, you're heading the Launchpad, that is the startup ecosystem, helping the startups, sustain and survive. So what is that Cisco Launchpad is bringing to the table during these trying times, and how it is going to help the startups? And what can our audience, startups who are interested to come into the startup community, can expect from Cisco?
I would probably categorize my answer into two parts. One is what we are doing for these startups, and the second one is what are we doing with the startups. What are we doing with the startups? What are we doing for these startups? The first point I would say is, first of all, lots of empathy, because we all know the restrictions, the challenges that these startups are facing. Amidst, though we talk very nicely about the opportunities, we understand that there is quite a lot of challenges. So we're trying to, as an accelerator, try to empathize and put ourselves in the shoes of these startups in the first place. We're trying to see how, using the power of technology, we can give these startups a much more easier journey, an easier curve to kind of tread on. So to that extent, I would say, one is, of course, on the collaboration front, we have been using, similar Cisco WebEx as the one of the foremost tools to kind of have a better collaboration between us, the startups, and the customers that we work with. Number two, or rather, much more important that I want to highlight in here is that we're trying to build an experience center. Given that we have been working with over 40 plus startups and in very different areas of technologies, we wanted to build a physical experience center. But then due to a lot of these ongoing restrictions, we could not get to it. So what we decided is to pivot. And we went and built a virtual reality experience center. This experience center completely on the virtual reality. We have built about for 10 to 20 startups. We have gotten them onto this experience center. These startups are part of our portfolio. And this is now like a wonderful tool for them that will help them to overcome the limitations that they normally have in terms of meeting their customers and demoing their solutions. All of this becomes a tad easier. Of course, it can't get to the level that you will expect in a very physical kind of a meeting, but then it is definitely much better than just showing or sharing on a screen, right? Because it's going to be more experiential. So I would say this virtual reality experience center, what we call as the Cisco Kalki, it has been a very game-changing development platform that we have built for the startups that we work with. And I would even encourage a lot of you to come on board and get a sneak peek into how this works as we see this panning out, not only for demoing and selling, virtual selling, but also in newer areas like, say, virtual support training and such. The second thing I would say, what are we doing with the startups is on exploring newer areas or existing areas with newer lens on how they can come into the fold of digitization. How can we enable collaboration, intuitive digitization in those areas? Now, very small, very simple things like a factory in a rural Indian setup normally doesn't have to worry about digitization. But today, in this scenario, if there is like one COVID positive case, they will have to shut down their factory for 15 days. And you can multiply the loss of productivity that happens there. So this requires, unfortunately or fortunately, the intervention of technology to be able to go in there, monitor the safety of people, ensure the productivity optimization is all going up and running. While all that I may have been speaking so far is like in a very generic term, I would want to emphasize that every single word has a technology background to it, very hardcore tech that is actually playing to getting these things in motion.
Okay. Thank you, Shruti. That was a fair amount of explanation, what Cisco is bringing to the table now. So you already have, Saurav and Neha on the launchpad with you. So how has, Cisco, during these pandemic times, during these trying times, what is that one thing, you did and it has impacted your growth? Can I request Saurav to answer?
If you look at it, Cisco has always played a very important role in the drive of common systems. And Shruti, especially, like I mentioned earlier, has been a mentor who we have gone day to day to understand what kind of changes do we need to do in order to not only during the pandemic times, but in order to scale our business. And Cisco has been an integral part in making us understand the problem statement in, like Shruti mentioned, the virtual reality space where Chrom's technology was also showcased, and then there were certain other avenues where Cisco sales team brought forward a lot of projects to us, which we wanted, where we are still working on with Cisco. So Cisco has, being a bigger company, has always been a company which has been mentored to us and has helped us a lot. If you look at what changes we have incorporated, then I think we went back to our mentors, and any startup, the biggest haunting thing to the startup is the runway. Okay, so we are always looking at how long can we survive, and we went back to Cisco and we literally rewired our business plan with them. We sat down and saw that we need to concentrate on the long term. We need to concentrate more on the short term opportunities, which are more in number rather than the long term opportunities. Because revenue suddenly became very important for the company during the pandemic times. We sat and understood how Cisco is, being such a huge company, is operating in a leaner manner so that we could implement those kind of tactics in our company as well. One important thing that even happened to us is a very big pivot. So we were expanding overseas while pandemic hit us. And we were supposed to open up an office in North America, but then suddenly we realized that the third person whom we got on board as a CEO for our overseas operation who are sitting out of UK. And suddenly we realized as the shift of business happened from long-term plans to short-term plans, a lot of opportunities were seen in UK. And we again sat with Cisco in understanding these, and we ultimately ended up opening our overseas offices in UK rather than North America. So how Cisco comes in is when a company is in such a distress, you need to go back to your mentors and gurus because they have gone through and they have the kind of experience where they can help you take these decisions, because at the end of it, you need to survive, you need to still build your tech, and you need to still sell. And I think Cisco has been a great mentor in that.
Okay, that's great. Great, thoughts. Can I request Neha to, share her thoughts on this?
So actually, we are one of the beneficiaries of what Shruti mentioned, which is moving the the experience room virtual. So we are one of the startups, Cisco Launchpad startups, who actually took advantage of what Cisco was offering in terms of helping us demo a product to our customers virtually using virtual reality tools. So this is really a big shift for us because, especially when it comes to telecom and hardware, most of our customers previously were, would like to, come and visit, in person, look at all the hardware, look at all the, work that is going on. And because of the pandemic, of course, we cannot do that effectively, especially for customers who are not in the country and in the city. And virtual tools have really helped us, create an environment which we, hope to test with our customers very soon. So that has been a really, really great thing for us. And thanks to Cisco, they thought early about it and they, actually helped us get on board on that tool very fast. So we are very, very thankful to Cisco about that. The second thing that is a change for us is that we have become much more systematic in project management within our team because people have a lot more time because they're not traveling. Not all of us are traveling to office. And we are actually utilizing that extra time to have daily calls, routine calls with our team, stay connected with each other much more strongly than what we were when we were actually traveling to office and were very, very busy, in our own little worlds, within the team. So that has greatly helped us, I would say. So these are the two big changes that we have done in our company.
Okay, great. Now, technology has, is definitely helping reshape this post-pandemic world, right? It has helped us. So, next question followed to this is technology reshaping or is innovation reshaping? That's what I would like to know from you. To, build this post-pandemic world, the COVID era, is innovation or is it technology?
Right. The question sounds like a chicken and egg problem, Suma. So, but I would think it's kind of slightly different, where innovation is kind of spurring us to connect and wire the dots differently. So I would give the credit to innovation for stimulating technology in a different way. For me, the approach is technology is the underlying vehicle here. It is like the enabler. And rather than go with a technology-first approach, going with a user-first approach gives rise to a lot more of newer perspectives. So now, Neha and Saurav, both of them have been very kind enough to give a lot of credits to Cisco. But I would say it is just not Cisco here in action. I would say this is more of an ecosystem thing. It is rather the coming together of all of these parties, startups like Astrom, Cron, and Cisco, along with the other ecosystem players. This collaboration is what is kind of changing the tide and the wave on technology and innovation together and making it more mainstream.
Okay. Now, Neha and Saurav, that is Cron and Astrom are on Cisco's Launchpad, and there's a lot of technology and innovation being there. So my next question to Saurav
is, what is your prediction for the next 5 years in the industry you are in, Saurabh?
So, Suma, the industry has been reshaped massively because of COVID. We are massively involved with the EV industry, mobility. We are involved with smart infrastructure, smart spaces, and security. Now, I will take the example of the mobility industry to give you how the trends are evolving. Again, the innovation part is not affected by a pandemic, but it's the technology. Suddenly, you would have all read that 2020 was going to be that inflection point for self-driving passenger cars, where you could have seen a very evolved technology to be pushed into multiple cars, and we were expecting level 2, level 3 kind of autonomy in passenger cars. Now, with the COVID around, we suddenly saw a shift to commercial EVs, that is like delivery vans. We saw a shift to last mile delivery, and a lot of investments was seen by Amazon into these commercial EV companies for level 2, level 3 autonomy. Now, the shift here was not on the innovation side, but the entire packaging of the technology as a solution to the end customer, to the tier ones and the OEM. And that is something that is still to evolve in the next 5 years, according to me, because suddenly the demands, because we are a B2B company, suddenly the demands of these businesses, which are in turn dictated by what are the demands of automation around the globe, they have changed. We are seeing rise of machines in terms of automation, from last mile delivery to cleaning robots to factory robots to warehouse robots. And there has been a surge of autonomy requirement in these particular sub-segments, because now humans cannot be working very close to each other and everybody is working out of home. And I think this is going to have a long-term effect, because technology is now getting reshaped towards automation and giving humankind the bandwidth to where they can sit at home and innovate more. And that is the kind of trend that I see in the next 5 years in the industry. And this is just not for our segment. I see this happening in almost every segment.
Thank you, Saurabh. Can I request Neha?
I think from our perspective, we believe that because of COVID, connectivity is going to take a center stage. And, most of the time suburban and rural areas were okay to have a decent amount of connectivity, but when there was no emphasis on providing very good connectivity there. And I think that is something that we think will change, and it is already changing. The Prime Minister's speech on August 15, in that he emphasized specifically for connectivity, to rural areas. So that is something that is a big change, big shift. And you will see, you would have seen even, people around you, a lot more people are actually, changing the way, where they live. So they're moving from big cities to smaller towns because everybody is working from home. There are many big companies who have already announced that, they're going to be, working from home for, the next 1 year or even more. Not just in India, but also globally in US. And so connectivity is going to be important in every part of the world. It is not going to be limited to having good connectivity in big cities like Bangalore. And so that's really the shift that we are seeing. And, as soon as the pandemic hit, I think 1 month into it, I think a lot of people started realizing that, and we got a lot of calls, concerning particularly this from various organizations.
Thank you, Neha. Now let's shift the focus to Shruti. Shruti, with so much change, tectonic shifts in technology and innovation, and we are in a techno-innovation bubble, right? What are the tech skills you would recommend from the industry standpoint?
So foremost, I think there is a huge shift towards modularization, or rather containerization of applications. So I think that's like the number one thing that I would kind of call out. The second one, which is more at the platform level, I would say we have all knowingly or unknowingly shifted to cloud. So cloud is here to stay, and it is kind of raining us or showering us with all that it can help us benefit in the short term and the long term. So cloud is the next one. The third one, which I personally want to kind of call out, is collaboration. Because, as human, as a race which is known for development because of the connections that we build together, I think collaboration is very key. Especially in this pandemic times, it becomes all the more important for us to rely on technology to enable the collaboration factor for us. So collaboration is very key. And this kind of gives rise to a lot of security issues as well. So we need to kind of keep a keen eye on what are the developments on the security side that you need to keep a watch for. Apart from this, rather as an adjacent or a parallel track, I would think skills like design thinking, user experience, and even sustainability. Some of these are very adjacent areas that we need to be thinking while designing a product or a solution for the market.
Great, Shruti. Saurav, you're in the startup industry, and it's the booming industry. So if you were to, increase your or get into a transformational shift, what are the skills you are looking for your startup, and what is the advice you are giving?
So definitely, I'll take up from where Shruti left. Collaboration and the way to communicate is becoming the norm of the day. You cannot be sitting and you cannot expect someone to come and ask you what's wrong with you. So not only that, the biggest skill that we look for right now is the autonomy of someone to work on his own without being managed. So that's the main priority skill that we look at, where you do not need to be micromanaged, but you have a sense of responsibility and you can work autonomously. Talking about tech, like Shruti just mentioned, that now we are moving to a phase where we have multiple platforms which are becoming the norm of the day or the thing to work on the day. So what we are also looking for people who have more of in-depth knowledge rather than a very wide horizon of knowledge. Because if you're trying to develop platforms, if you're trying to build platforms, and Cron is into such product in itself, we want someone who we are looking for people who have very in-depth knowledge of their subject matter. We call them as domain experts rather than people who have a wide horizon of knowledge, because at the end of it, when you're building a platform and in the pandemic era, the customers want something that's going to enable their product. And that's what we are looking for. We are looking for people who can work autonomously and who have very, very specialized domain knowledge while we are taking them on board in Cron AI now.
Okay. Thank you, Saurav. I think Neha is back. Can I request Neha to share her thoughts on this?
Hi, Suma. I missed the question. Can I request you to repeat it? My connection broke in the middle.
Okay. We were talking about the trends and, what are the trends which are there. So according to your startup, what do you see and what are your top picks?
Yeah. So I think for us, it is very important that, we actually, from our perspective, the next 1 year is very, very important for us in terms of, getting customer trial done, and which is going to be, a challenge that we are, preparing to face. Mainly because, any kind of customer trial when it comes to hardware requires you by definition to be, traveling and also to be, actually coming in contact with people. So, we are actually preparing for that. And I think with the change that is happening, I think the panic because of the virus is reducing. As we can see, even in the last 2 months, I think people have become much more, I wouldn't say comfortable, but basically, have accepted that this is the situation, this is the world we are living in, and we all have to take precautions and yet, do our work. So from that perspective, that is what we are, looking, to solve for the next 1 year.
Okay, thank you. Now, with the startup booming again, I go back to the same question. Startup is booming in India. India is considered to be the startup capital. It stands, I think, 20th in the list. Okay, at the ease of doing the business and all. So with that in mind, the stakes are high for academia and the industry collaboration, because startup should be from the academia front itself. So what is, keeping that in mind, what do you expect from the academia, Shruti, from the industry perspective, and for them to, become the industry readiness and they develop new products or services?
Just to kind of set the context here, Suma, we at Cisco Launchpad work on 3 specific pillars. The first one is on enterprise tech, which is core of technologies like collaboration, security, etc., which are enabling technologies. The second pillar is around IoT and digitization, ranging all the way from space tech to mining to healthcare to retail. It's all completely vertical agnostic digitization. And the third pillar is around futuristic and disruptive technologies coming out of research labs. So specific to this question, my ask to the academia is twofold. Number one is, especially in the undergrad projects, I would request keeping the projects close to real world applications as possible, because there is the ultimate happiness that you get when you actually write a piece of code and see it in action. Getting that sense of fulfillment, that satisfaction is unexplainable. I would just want to recollect one of the instances when I actually wrote one line of code which led to a traffic jam in Germany for a couple of hours. I was not sad at that. I was happy at that I was able to create. My code has created such an impact. Of course, that was all corrected soon after. But what I was trying to say is getting that happiness, seeing your code live in action, that experience need to be given to the undergrad students. And at the research level, I want to kind of call out and ask for much more of futuristic tech. And I would want to especially call out for commercialization of these futuristic tech. We are working with startups on areas like quantum safe computing. We are working with startups on areas like Li-Fi, very safe, secure AI, and all of these. These are all things that have come out of research labs, and we enterprises want to come forward and pair up with you, and we would like to act as an anchor to see how we can position some of these cutting edge technologies for real life enterprise grade use cases as well. So, happy to support and look at synergies in all of these aspects.
That's an amazing thing, Shruti, because we are talking about post-pandemic world, how technology can be used. And if this can be used from the college level, undergrad level itself, we can imagine what a world we are building in. Thank you so much. Now, Saurav and Neha, you are in the entrepreneurial industry. What are your plans to engage the academia in your startups or in your companies? Can I request Saurav, please?
Suma, look, whether it's pandemic or it's no pandemic, academia plays the biggest vital role because those are the folks who come forward and make things happen, right? They are the people who are going to come forward right now or gradually into our companies, and they're going to take up the reins of making the technology happen. So it doesn't matter whether you have the pandemic or not, academia is very important. Now, the biggest, like Shruti just illustrated, the biggest kick or the biggest thing that I would request all these different universities to give to their students is that 0 to 1 kind of a happiness where they have created something from scratch. And this is something that should be promoted. It need not be something that relates to my industry, or it need not be something that relates to my particular business. But I would want academia to actually accelerate students to create something from scratch and something to innovate on. What the pandemic has done, it has provided multiple avenues for these different academic universities to accelerate technologies to be created in universities as well, because now the number of problem sets are many. And the solutions are all lying there. It's about someone to pick up those solutions and stitch them together to create a product. And this could even be done at a university level. And once a student or someone at university has done it at a university level, the kind of confidence those people get before coming to the industry or meeting the right challenges, that's humongous. And that is what we want them to have before they hit the path of working with us. So definitely, with the number of problem sets being increased because of pandemic, I would want all the academia to have real-time solutions built. They could be prototypes, they could be minimal viable products, but they should look forward to innovate to solve these problems, and this would give them the confidence and the skill set to come over to the industry and join startups like us, where we are innovating and we can mutually benefit from each other.
Great, Saurabh. Neha, could you please, share your insights on this?
So I am actually probably the person on this panel who is also from the academia world, because I have a PhD and my co-founder also has a PhD. So we are very passionate about research and development. And we understand, what kind of, skills are required at bachelor's level, master's levels, and PhD level. What kind of exposure is required. So from that perspective, actually, we really, really encourage students to apply for internship with us. And in fact, you won't believe, but this pandemic, we got so many applications for internships. Also because a lot of students had delayed semesters, start date, and we actually utilized that opportunity to get a very, very good students, and not all the time these students will be from the top institute. They would be even from, smaller institutions, lesser known institutions, but brilliant guys. And we actually converted a lot of those interns actually into full-time employees, during this pandemic. So which was like a very, very good, realization for us, because prior to this, internships that we had with students was only 1 month or 2 months, not enough time for you to actually engage with them and, get something meaningful out. But because of the pandemic, we had 3 to 4 months kind of internships, and we got exposure to a lot of good students. So I would say if any student is listening, if you are brilliant, no matter what your grades are, no matter which college you're from, we are looking for you. We are looking for you to come and join us.
That's the song to the audiences who are watching this program or listening to the program, and all the panelists did mention about the collaborations and the skill sets. I'm sure this has made an impact. Well, all good things come to an end, and we are almost at the fag end of the program. So my closing question to all of you is, our Prime Minister of India spoke about Atmanirbhar Bharat on the Independence Day and technology enablement. So what are your thoughts, and how do you see that going, in a right direction? And, how can we bring together people? And this can also be a job creation, during this pandemic times where there is job loss and a lot of uncertainties. There are threats for the people, behaviors and attitudes. So what are your thoughts on that? Can I request Shruti, please?
So I think the clarion call for build local, go global, that definitely resonates with a lot of these very aggressive startups. I would want to just insert in an extra phase there between build local and go global. If we had a mezzanine phase which says beta test local, right? It not only gives technology and product validation for these startups and the products that they are building, but it also benefits the local ecosystem
as you rightly mentioned, it pumps up the development of the local ecosystem. As much as we give and sow into the local system, we get to gain and reap out of it. If you see today, I think EdTech is definitely seen as a hugely booming sector. But there is still, a lot of scope for digitization of as many sectors, things we never thought would come into the purview of digitization. So I think there is a lot of scope to look at much more difficult problems, because the barrier there for newer players to come in, especially from outside India, or people who do not have the subject matter expertise in those areas, it's very high. So I would in fact recommend and encourage people to look at not only their vicinity but also difficult problems that they're facing, and look at technological plays that can kind of pitch in and solve some of these. So thereby they not only serve their own selves but their ecosystem, community, and the nation.
Thank you, Shruti. Thank you, Shruti. Can I request Saurav, please?
Suma, we completely resonate with that. And me and Tushar, who is also my co-founder, we have always sat down and always studied this, that from the business point of view, India is such a chaotic market. We always want a product which is of German quality, and the kind of services we look for are Japanese, but still we want them at a fraction of price. Now, we would always resonate with His Excellency, the Prime Minister of India, and we started doing this even before he brought the Atmanirbhar slogan, is that we started conquering the market in India, and it became very easy for us after conquering this market to go global. Again, I would say from technology point of view, we are an AI company and we do perception. A very important aspect of our design or our technology is data collection. Now, let's say we are developing a autonomous vehicle of level 2 or level 3 with the data that's been collected on a road of San Francisco. You cannot expect that perception to work on the roads of India. But if you have collected that data on the roads of India, that perception works beautifully on the roads of San Francisco. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is that we have already been working on this concept of build locally and take globally since we founded this company, and we completely resonate with that, because once you have developed something in a country as varied as India, it's very easy to scale up that technology and that business globally. And that's been our go-to mantra and our success mantra at Cronian.
Super. It's so sweet to hear that, develop local and go global. Neha, what are your thoughts on this?
So, Suma, I believe that, we have done well as a country in terms of the software industry, and also the how should I say, the domains like, similar to Ola and, Flipkart, but we have not done very well when it comes to deep tech. Being Atmanirbhar in the sectors where deep tech products are required. For example, telecom is one of them. We may actually have an Ola service, which is an Indian company providing you, taxi cab service, but the towers through which the communication is happening to the mobile, and also the mobile that people are holding in hand, are all imported. So hardware actually is not given enough emphasis, and also the deep tech part of it, where intellectual property is also owned within India, is not given enough importance when we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat. And that is something that we would like to see change. And I think that change is coming from top level, because you see that the Defense Department of India is actually organizing these, product development grants called IDEX, through which basically they are empowering Indian companies to come up with deep tech products, which can be then going into the defense sector, and reduce our country's import. Telecom, again, the Department of Telecommunication, we have seen, has become very, very active in promoting Indian-built products. And that is something also is going to help us not just reduce the import bill, but also to actually increase our exports, which is very, very important. So if we as a country want to be in the top leading countries in the world in the next 10, 20 years, we cannot ignore the base level platform that are necessary for you to run any kind of technology businesses.
Great, Neha. I know what a perspective we've got from the technology and how we can build the world using this. So here's the students, the entrepreneurs, the wannabe entrepreneurs who are listening to this, who are watching this program. Here is an opportunity for all of you to come up with your MVP or come up with your plan and start developing. And there is enough and more opportunities, and we can definitely plug the job market here as well as the innovation and technology market. So with this, I thank all my panelists, Shruti Kannan, Saurav Agrawala, and Neha Satak for taking their busy time out to spend an hour with us and share their perspectives about technology. And I'm sure the audiences have enjoyed this session. Thank you, audience, for logging in and spending time with us. Before I close, there is a chat thing that please post your website details or the contact details for the students to apply. So would you like us to do that? If you can, then we can the host can share that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Shruti, Saurav, and Neha, for your time again, and wishing you good luck in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
The D-Day had arrived, and I was waiting for things to happen, and finally I'm so sad it's already done. There's a lot of learning in the process. The journey was extremely interesting working with you people from the past couple of days. I have one small question for Shruti. This is from the academic perspective. When I heard all three of you trying to tell that we from the academics need to do projects which is closer to industry, which is something real, which is innovative. Yes, as faculty members, I'm sure all my colleagues here will agree. We definitely would encourage students, and we'll definitely make sure they do something that is workable and that is usable. At least we'll start from our own departments, from our own necessities that need to be filled in. That's absolutely fine. I think we are touching upon that. Basically, my question is going to the next step, commercializing it or productization is one where I'm not able to work on. Can you throw a little bit of tidbits, insights onto it?
So Sujata, I think it's just not you, but I would say over 90% of startups around us today have a similar challenge where it is predominantly a technology-first startup. It is startup by a person who is a technologist who wants to solve the problem for a real-world situation. So I think while technology is, as you said, the vehicle, the underlying layer, the next steps in terms of productization require a lot more of thinking, which means putting ourselves in the shoes of the user, in the shoes of who is going to pay for it, who's going to buy it, and all of these. So these are, when we call it in real market terms, these are about what we call building a minimum viable product or an MVP for a product market fit, which is like a PMF. These are all abbreviations and jargon words. But I think there are umpteen number of ways, especially today, with the Atal Innovation Mission also sanctioning very many incubators across the country today. I think that is like the first place to go to. The incubators from the universities, several private incubators as well, with specific focus on certain areas like, say, climate, energy, or power, and things like that. So I would say, these are some of the first places to go to. NASSCOM 10,000 startups, they have a lot of materials that are available free and ad hoc, on demand as well for people to kind of consume. When the next step, once this is done, I would say, you have that product market fit, you have that MVP, and you have the first set of customers testing your product. And that's when I would say the ideal next step is to go to the corporates and start thinking about how do I scale to the next step? How do I start expanding beyond my existing geos to, say, regions outside India or different use cases and things like that. So I see this is a very nice exponential kind of a curve that can be drawn. It's a learning curve all the way. Saurav and Neha can, of course, attest to that. Neha was just mentioning that she is a technologist. Her co-founder is a PhD research fellow, and they have taken on that mantle of commercializing the technology, learning all the nitty-gritty, starting from IASC, and then they came on to Cisco for the next stage of scale up. So I think the support system is all out there, and if we keep our eyes open for some of this, watch out for some of these things, we definitely have everything that will pump us up for success.
Thank you so much. I could very clearly understand how exponentially or we have a two-step ladder to climb on to go ahead in the process. Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you.
I am just looking out if there are any couple of questions from the others. No. With this, it was really an enriching, fulfilled session, I can say. There's a lot of learnings and takeaway for all of us. Thank you, Suma, for moderating it exceedingly well. Thank you, Shruti, Saurava, and Neha for again sparing your time, working with me from a couple of weeks on the same topic, and we have finally done it exceedingly well. Thank you so much on behalf of IEEE Bangalore section and all of us here. I thank you for a wonderful interactive roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujata. Thank you, Sujata. That was an amazing session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Suma and Sujata.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suma and Sujata.
Thank you, Saurav, Shruti, and Neha. Thank you. Thank you, Saina. Thank you. I would request all of us to applaud them with a big round of applause, claps. That was an excellent panel discussion. With COVID-19, we know that the world no one has gone, and in fact, the COVID-19 crisis would make it difficult to make prognosis of what a post-COVID-19 world may look like. And this panel on technologies for post-pandemic world gave key insights on amazing facts on how do we manage this post-pandemic world with innovation and technology better. And there were really very good takeaways for the different communities like entrepreneurs, researchers, academicians, startups. A very interesting session. Thank you all. And so this is the end of our morning session. We will be meeting again at 5:30 IST for the evening session. We have a panel discussion with all global WI chairs and all regional WI chairs. That's the session for the evening. And in the morning session, we had the inauguration at 8 o'clock, followed by keynote speeches, and then this panel discussion. Thanks for all the organizing committee members. Thanks to Mr. Puneet Kumar Mishra. It's our privilege to express our warm and sincere thanks to our IEEE chair, IEEE Bangalore section, a very solid support system. Sir, your guidance to us is invaluable. You have been exceptionally helpful and behind the scene all the time. Thank you for that. We also appreciate the efforts of Ms. Sadhana Athavar in organizing this event under the aegis of Bangalore Technology Conclave. Please accept a heartfelt thanks for the same. And I also extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Sujata, General Co-Chair, WiE-Global Summit, for all the efforts put in coordinating this entire event. Thank you, ma'am. At this juncture, I would also acknowledge the efforts of the past chairs for their effort and hard working in this Women in Engineering Global Summit. I also express a big thanks to all the organizers of the event, Exicom members in making this event a reality. A very big thanks to all the panelists who have joined from all over the world. And we are grateful to all the participants who are here for their patience and time. Thank you so much. So we will meet in the evening at 5:30 p.m. IST sharp. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jayasudha, for handling the morning session exceedingly well. A good job. Thank you so much for all your support. We appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sujata, and thank you, Jayasudha, for all the support for organizing the morning session.
Thank you. We'll catch up again at 5:30. I request all of you to please come back. at 5:30. Thank you.